Going live, going live, going live, and we're live. There it goes. All right, we're trying some new stuff here. Hello, everybody, first of all. Let's see here. So I'm trying YouTube's pop-out chat and I dedicated a whole monitor to it. So let's see if maybe I can keep up a little better. I also have a weird situation that for the first time in I don't know how many years, I am on call during stream, so I might have to suddenly go work in the middle of stream because I have a very important project going on right now and they need me possibly. So yeah, so that'll be interesting. Hopefully I actually catch their messages on time because my Slack notifications seem to never ring until like 5 hours after I get them, which is great. Hey, Too Large Pepperoni. I love how excited the voice actor got at your tattoo. That was so awesome. All right, let's see. What were we doing? Check our quest log. I think said we were going to get through the last few quests in Chapter 1 today, and then skip off to Chapter 2. This may be the last day of easy mode, because I think you guys get the point. I have spent virtually no time working on my settlement, and it's developing just fine. Thank you. How do you say it? Is it I want to say Mateus, but there's an H in there, so thank you for saying so. Now, right now, while chat is not going very busy, you guys could just ping away at me and I'll pay attention. But as soon as 9 o'clock hits and I do my little intro roll to everybody, then if you want to get my attention, make sure you include @KingGath, because I fall way behind on chat because either I'm paying attention to the game or I will be going off on a 20-minute answer to a question. So just keep that in mind. Let's see. Nick says, I have a problem with SS2 when we go to the supply storage. The GRT, the build things, forgot what they're called. He repeats his dialogue that sends him there, and I cannot bypass it. The supply store. I'm missing. There's something I'm missing. Can anybody help translate that? I don't know. I'm not sure I understand what Nix is talking about. All right. So I think, I think we're at a waiting point. I think this is just, we're in between quests. I think we finished. Oh yeah, we left Jake after Where There's Smoke, so we're waiting for Memory Lane to start. So we can kind of do whatever we want in here. This is like a good time to go set up a couple more settlements. I guess go check on our other ones. See how they're evolving. We'll check on Sanctuary. You're always on call, IRL? Well, that's interesting. I've been on call before because I do this a lot, where especially like for tech launches, like people like to have a lot of secondary support on call for like for nighttime, because they'll be usually doing their updates overnight, so that it's invisible to most users, at least in the US. And so I've done this many times, but it's never happened to line up with a stream night. Curious where some of these city plans are in their progress. Let's pop in here and check. 75% on the time component. Okay. Yeah, see, we're zipping through so fast through the quests, we're not even giving enough time for the settlements to upgrade. But this one's almost ready to pop. Let's actually give it some more build limit. Actually, what I should do is just turn off acknowledge build limit, because I don't care about that. I don't care if my system collapses under the weight. And actually, it should be fine. I think I can run all the level 3 settlements on this system. Too Large Pepperoni. I'm glad. I was excited too. Cyrus is cool. Unexpected while I was in the middle of the supermarket. I booked next session in, and I'm hoping to get everyone's favorite doggo colored in. That's awesome. Yeah, that's going to be quite the epic tattoo there. And you said you got multiple? Just covering your whole body to Fallout. You're just going to be a walking tribute to Fallout. What was I looking for? Performance. There we go. Turn off respect build limit. There we go. So now our city plans will level up even if we're at the build limit. Okay. Oh, something just happened in Red Rocket. Let's pop over there. Actually, you know what we need to do is check out. I think this is the Red Rocket is where we had the problem with the crazy lighting. Oh, I think it was because we upgraded it. So let me go check. I guess it'll kind of solve itself because once it goes to level 2, or level 1 rather, and it gets the next level, I have the updated version of ROTC installed, so that problem should go away. Because I don't think it happened in the base level. I think it appears in level 1 or level 2. Because I was showing you one stream, I was showing you guys all the levels, and that's when that crazy issue appeared. Where is the? I think it's on the desk. Shortwind, holy cow, he's got a big old donation. Thank you so much. Felia King, I remember those on late night calls before I retired from computing. Here's some motivation to give us some super awesome stream tonight without interruption. You know, it was funny. I was gonna mention this. Well, and I still will when I start the stream, but I'm gonna have a no pessimism night. You guys, if you guys hear me saying anything pessimistic, slap me on the wrist. I know I was being all emo about the inability of me to create a game company. We don't need that here. We don't need that negativity. That's not a good way to get things done. So for you, Shortwind, we're going all positive tonight. Let's see. Yeah, we are using RTC. Cool. So when this thing, let's see how hard or how close is this one. %. Okay, cool. Alright, so Sanctuary definitely gonna be the first one to pop. I guess when we're fast traveling around here, we're just passing time, so we'll eventually get one to pop. Let's see. Then we did Egret. Yeah, we did a weird combination. I think those are the 3 I did. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Did I do? Oh yeah, and Grey Garden too. Let's go check Grey Garden. Yeah, I think for the, I don't know, I'm debating between, because I really want to put the, I want to install the Mega Pack and just have all of the city plans available so I can just do full random whenever I use city plans, just so we can explore a lot of people's news. That might be something I do in the hard mode playthrough, but man, am I nervous about that, of just like introducing potential instability into a playthrough that's going to kick my butt. It's going to be fun. It'll be fun though. I want to talk about it when we get into the latter half of the stream. I want to talk about ideas for how do we maximally punish King Gath in the hard mode playthrough without breaking the game and without making it look not fun to everybody else. Like, it should be entertaining. So I got to find the right balance of like what settings we're going to play with. Because like I don't think the death settings would be good. Like I don't think having my settlers die would be a good idea to diseases, because then it's going to take forever and we won't make any progress, and that will be boring. Like it'll just be every day me crunching numbers. So like I think that one we shouldn't play with, but I think most of the other stuff we can play with, and it shouldn't be so punishing that it slows things down. Oh, thank you, Carvac. I like the RTC builds too. I think there's a few of them I'm not super keen on, but I love most of them. There's like a handful of design, like some of the designers have such unique styles, like that the builds really stand out, and I dig it. So I'm glad we got to port these and that we're starting to repair some of the issues. I think the biggest remaining issue probably for ROTC is I know we have some duplicate plots, where I think that when we did the initial porting, because we designed all the porting tools, the ones that convert SS1 to SS2 plans, while doing the ROTC development, and they improve, and same with the web tool that was all being developed during that. So both of those things improved a lot over the time. So I think the ones that we put in the Mega Pack are going to be a lot cleaner, but our ROTC ones ended up with a lot of bugs. So, but we've gotten 2 patches on it now. Can't wait to see hard mode kicking us, but I'm sure every person who, whoa, we just got machine parts unlocked. Every person who has played the full complexity with survival mode also wants to see me get punished and get my butt kicked, because they've been going through it. So they want to see for real that the designer suffers with them. Kai Klet, is that how you say that? Thank you so much for the donation. I have no idea what a knock is. It sounds like a what currency would that be? I'm trying to guess. What would knock be? I'm getting, like, it's making me think of like IKEA furniture names, maybe. It says, hey, I just started watching your SS2 series from a year ago on episode 2. Too much content. Nice job with the mod. Thank you. Oh yeah, I've been doing this all, like, you're gonna be the first one. Excuse me, just ended what, like 2 months ago, That went long. That went long. The series 1 went real long on SS2, and it's gonna go for a long time, hopefully. Like I mean, I used to call my Let's Plays the Forever Let's Play because I intended on just doing it forever, and then I had to take a break for a while because life caught up to me and said no. But we're back at it. Oh, Carwack, the desk is in the greenhouse. Thank you. You knew exactly what I was doing. Getting lost. Trying to cover with lots of talking. Let's see here. Yep, ROTC, and now I want to check the percentage on the HUD. 54%. Okay, so yeah, we're still. I mean, I think we can figure the further it is from the corner, the further along, or the slower, or the further behind it's going to be. I think that makes sense. Norwegian funny money, someone says. We accept all forms of money, funny or otherwise. I would take Monopoly bucks, because my kids would be very happy with those as a gift. They would, of course, of course tell me then every time we tried to play Monopoly that they get to start the game with those bucks because they own them. Oh, I was just giving you a hard time, Kai. I was just like trying to figure out some of the names of monies. I just have never heard of them because I live in my little American bubble, and we're used to everything revolving around us. It's actually really cool that YouTube shows it in local currency, like makes us feel like a global platform and not. You guys all remind, like we have so many people in the community from all over the globe. You guys remind me every day that we are not the center of the world around here, which is a good reminder. All right, now I'm just exploring for exploring's sake, just because we got 2 minutes left, and I think this is all the city plans I got run. Oh, here we go. We'll take that because we're gonna get into it, and this is also nice because I'm passing some time because I want to trigger Jake's next quest. I don't want to sleep, but I do want to keep going. I guess we can go do another city plan while we're down here. Let's go down. Let's go do Murkwater. That's another one of my favorites. We're kind of close to that, right? That's like down in the swamps over here, somewhere like this, maybe? Like there? Let's run that direction. Speaking of nukes, wonder if it's possible to port over the nuke launching from Lonesome Road DLC. What did the nuke launching look like from that? I don't remember. I played that ages ago. But I do want to get nuke launching in this game. I absolutely do. I think it'll be seriously awesome. I don't know, it's not particularly like useful because you could only launch things like 7 cells away since the game, it's just how or 5 cells away, I think. What is it? I think the cell loading is 5 cells by default, so like you have to turn it up to get higher than that. Hey, we're by GNN. Whoa. Oh, you know what? I was just about to wander like right next to GNN thinking like, oh yeah, there's HQ. But we don't own HQ yet. Oh man. Dog meat. Uh-oh. Okay, we're kicking off 9 o'clock with a bang here, fighting some blood bugs. About to walk into the gunners and get my butt kicked. Because I forgot this is playthrough number 2. Thankfully we're on Cheaty Vats build. So welcome to the stream, guys. Oh god. Alright, let's keep sneaking around here. If you're new to the stream, this is my second playthrough on the stream of Sim Settlements 2, and this is what we're calling easy mode, where I have basically all of the management functions of Sim Settlements turned off, and we're just playing with kind of like everything is free, everything is automatic. The only requirement really to make things happen in easy mode is time. Literally, you just play, wait for timers, and stuff happens. And that's what we're playing. So you can kind of show how much more you can focus on just the core Fallout 4 gameplay loop and just, kind of intersperse with building the occasional city planner plot. So that is the goal of this playthrough. If you if you are new here, you should probably learn how I tend to stream is I'll focus almost 100% on the game unless there's NPCs talking, particularly vanilla. I won't usually talk over our characters because that stuff might be new to some of you. And then we, you know, I got to stop. See, and this is why I can't do one. I got to do one or the other. So this is why. So I have trouble paying attention to both. I'll either talk terribly or I'll play terribly. And I mean, I'll always play terribly, but at least I'll make progress when I'm playing terribly. So I will focus entirely on the game. And then if we're in a load screen or vanilla NPC talking, I'll read your guys' questions and comments and engage. And then about the halfway mark, around between 10:30 and 11 usually, well, that was a cool animation. I will switch gears and do the opposite. Focus almost entirely on you guys with the game running in the background just for fun. But throughout the thing, if you tag me with @KingGath, that will make sure I catch your question, because I do try and scroll back up later in the stream and catch questions I missed. And of course, super chats. Morgan Taylor, thank you so much. I will catch those every time. Because you guys are helping fund development with that. So huge shout out to you guys. And thank you, Morgan, who says, thank you and the team for the best mod ever. It's in my forever mod list. The city plan pack you recently released is what I've been waiting for. Awesome. I can't wait to play with it myself. I think it's going to add a lot to have, like, to where you just don't know what you get. Because I automatically, you know, like, but if I only have ROTC installed. So if I'm choosing between the basic plan, ROTC, always go in ROTC because it's got levels. And that gets a little tired because I see the same plans over and over again. So I think it's going to be fun to not know what I get. I just want to let fate decide for me. So this is episode 6, maybe the final episode, easy mode. We're still debating on that because I've shown basically how easy the settlement mechanics are. I'm sure today we're going to get a few city plans to pop off their levels. I didn't have to, you know, go change any plot types or anything. It's just going to happen. And I think that's kind of what I wanted to show you guys. And so we're going to do the quest we're going to do the next 2 quests, which will get us to where we have city plans and city leaders introduced. And so then that kind of covers the full gameplay loop of the plot system, barring disease, which is turned off anyway in easy mode. And then we're going to use the cheat commands, because I'm sure some of you guys don't even know about those, and we'll skip ahead to HQ, and then I'll show you guys what HQ looks like by default now in easy mode. And then that, I think, will end the easy mode playthrough, because the next one we're going to do is we're going to turn on all the options and do a hard mode playthrough, and that one we're going to go along on because it definitely could use some tweaking and rebalance, and so I need to take a lot of notes. So with all that out of the way, let's get to killing some raiders here. I forgot to. I just like slammed my trigger a couple times and was like, bummer. All right, did I just miss? Did I just totally whiff? Oh no, he's just a bit of a yikes. A bit of a bullet sponge. I guess I should switch weapons here. Oh yeah, this does so much more damage. I guess probably because I'm closer to it. Oh, we got a crit. Let's do it. Alright, dog meat, you're up. Finish him off. Alright, where'd the other guy go? Did I get him already? No, there he is. Come on, give us a high percent. Nope, none of these are working for me. Oh, the cover system working. No, that's not gonna work. Alright, we're just gonna... That'll work. Alright. Oh, no, that other guy is still alive. I thought so. I was like, I don't remember killing him, but never know if dog meat got to him. Oh, no. Get this. Let's see, what are we holding? Get rid of you. Whoa, right in the face. Oh, is that the same guy? Doesn't feel like it. I've lost track. Oh no, is he gonna kill me mid vats? Am I gonna die from fire damage? No, we're good. We're good. We made it. I need to take that stim pack off you, buddy. Man, I should put some points in medic just so I don't drop dead everywhere. Oh, I guess we could just hoard stim packs too. That's an option. Do I have any perks available? No. Okay, so we were heading to... So we're basically like just gonna go launch a couple of city plans while we wait for Jake to call us back for the next quest. So I guess we can do... Who's this? I think those guys just leave me alone, right? So we're basically running a few city plans while we wait for Jake to call us back so we can finish the rest of the quest line. So I want to do... I think Murkwater and Jamaica are both around here. Wait, is this Jamaica plane right over here? No, leave it. Ignore us. Oh, do we overshoot it? Is it over? It's probably actually over here. Vault-Tec calling. Oh, that's right. We must be high enough level. I thought that was a later level quest. I guess maybe you get it if you get close enough too. It calls you if you hit a certain level, or is that one not level locked? I know Far Harbor and Nuka World are, and so I think like and they're not level locked, but I mean they'll automatically run. I think the automatron. I was gonna call it Robototron, automatron. I think pings you at level 15. Oh yeah, Mirelurk Queen. Well, this isn't gonna go great for us. I forgot about this part. That I'm gonna have to somehow defeat this monstrosity. Well, this is why God invented quick save. Alright, let's go back. Oh, that did nothing. That did so nothing. Nope, 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 nope. Alright, change of plans. We're going to Jamaica Plain. We'll kill ghouls instead. Okay, it should be just in this general vicinity. Jason Locrance, thank you so much. What did I just hear? Yep, I did hear a ghoul. It's like I heard some funny noise. Just a second. I'll get... Oh, missed. Let me survive, then we answer chat. Nice work, dog mate. Oh man, I could have just let him solo that. Jason says, what's the strangest thing glitch you've run across in Fallout 4 playthroughs? Had a rad scorpion just walk down the road towards me at Drumlin Diner out of the blue today. It was level 8. Thanks for the stream. Ooh, I'll have to think about that. Strangest bug that I've run into. My memory is failing me now. I'm trying to think of what are some really weird, bizarre bugs I've run into. I think my mind is so trapped in all the things that have happened when working on Fallout 4, or working on Sim Settlements. Wait, this isn't Jamaica Plain. I'll have to think on that and get back to you. Nothing's coming to me right now. Like, just zero. I can think of 0 bugs right now, which obviously is dumb because there are bugs everywhere. So it's just my memory. I need some external prompts to access it. I'm like, my brain is now built like a computer. My bet would be my best ones have all happened on stream though. The craziest bugs that I've had happen, because that's just how it goes. What I do need to do one day is go through some of the the footage I was taking when I was trying to record footage for. Oh yeah, my garbage legendary. I'm getting there. Alright, we'll use this table for cover. Oh, never mind, they can jump over it. Hey, buddy. Oh, man. There we go. Dog mate. We're gonna need more stim packs, buddy. Yeah, why can't I think of any good bugs right now? There's so many I've experienced. But I bet I have a lot of good footage of really dumb SS2 bugs during development when I'm still trying to figure stuff out. And not necessarily bugs caused by Fallout 4, it's probably just bugs by my lack of understanding of how things really work. Nice. I'm hoping some come to me as we play. Because whenever this happens and I can't think of a memory, it drives me insane. I'm just like, oh god, am I suffering some sort of early Alzheimer's? Is that what's happening? Maybe it's just that the game is so part of me now that every moment feels similar. All right, what can we get rid of here? I don't want to get rid of any of this stuff. Sure, we're not using you right now, so you're gone. GPT knows your strangest thing. I'll ask Chat GPT to make me new memories. Oh, that was nice. Nice shot. Not Alzheimer's. You have ADHD brain. Is that the diagnosis you guys have picked up from me? From the way I talk when we stream. Just, I'm not. I have no formal diagnosis in that direction. Oh, again, dog meat. I appreciate you tanking for me.
Hey.
Oh, okay. I just want to talk instead. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. Did we finally have it? Did I kill them all? I didn't realize how. I can't remember, or didn't remember how many were in here. It was a. It says I'm still in combat though. Nope, nope. There he is, limping along. Hey, buddy. Oh my god! I can't believe I missed both of those. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Not ready. I'm not ready. Take that. Alright, let's do some... What have we collected? Not much. Oh, nope, there we go. I'm always a Nuka-Cola hoarder. I think 76 ingrained that into me. And then the bench, I think, is over here. Need to clear the enemies from the location. Okay, apparently didn't do a good enough job yet. Oh, I see some more red dots over here. You guys, I wanna use your settlement. Oh man, are those all dead? No. Oh god, this thing works real great up close. Nope. Missed me. Oh god. That's nice work, doggo. Oof. Oh god. Oh, that level up for the heal. I'll take it. And that way dog meat can have my stim pack. There you go, buddy. Oh, do I still gotta heal after the... I guess it doesn't... The level up doesn't heal your wounds. That's interesting. How do you do that? You go... Oh, you don't have to do that in this game, do you? It's not like in Fallout 3 where you had to view your individual wounds and heal them. I kind of missed that feature. That was a cool feature. I mean, it was they probably got rid of it because they wanted to not have you playing around in the menu. Like, this quick loot was amazing that they added. So you don't have to spend as much time in the... in that god-awful Pip-Boy menu. Okay, I think we did it. Did we clear them all? I don't see any more red dots on my radar. Oh, I'll take some more junk and caps. I think we got there. Nope, still another one. Hey, buddy. Nope. How about now? I had no idea I needed a stim to fix wounds. I don't think I've ever had that happen where I happen to be wounded in battle when, or like, obviously taking damage, but specific wounds after a level up. I guess now, well, I was just talking about I need to get a medic perk. Although I just maxed out luck so that I could start getting this. But yeah, you know what? Screw it. I want fun perks this playthrough because this is the end of it potentially. So, to heck with medic. We'll go buy stim packs. All right, do we have it now? No, still more enemies. Where are you guys hiding at? I assume that they're all the ones that are locking out the settlement, like, because it's actually the way they generally have this set up is there'll be one NPC flagged as the boss of an area, and that's actually the only one you have to kill. So I gotta figure out where he's hiding. By the time we find him, we're gonna get We're gonna get Jake calling us over. This will just have been a big silly exercise of ghoul slaying. How about over here? Is my stream stuttering for you guys, or am I just having FPS issues? No, you're not a ghoul. You're just minding your own business over there. This door is chained. There it goes. Memory lane. Yep, called it. Oh, here's our boy. Oh, he's got a buddy in here. No, don't kill me right now. Not right now. I'm gonna burn this house down. Oh yeah, my freeze pants working. Oh, that leg survived. Oh no! My aim got thrown off there. There we go. Hey, you fell through the hole. Nice work, dog meat. Now I feel like I've put into this much effort to get this place. We gotta follow through. Still another ghoul around here. I see your red dot. Oh, one of the guys we were fighting too. Okay, this is that everyone now. All right, let's see. Just making sure he wasn't faking. How about now? Are you satisfied? Nope. All right, this area needs a quality of life improvement of like after you kill the last one, it should say that you can now use the workshop at Jamaica Plain. Whoa. Oh no, I'm stuck. All right, there's our boy. Take him out. What are you doing? That's the longest I've ever seen him stand there. Uh-oh. Did I get them both? I think I did. I still am not convinced that I've cleared the whole area. Dog meat's back. Try clearing City Hall. Oh, you think it's that much? I gotta clear out the whole area? That actually would be a bummer. Turned him to ice and then shattered him. Oh, that was freaking awesome. Uh-oh. That looks like a boss. That looks like, oh god. Oh, he got me. He got me. Well, we tried. We came to conquer and we failed. All right. Well, Jamaica Plains is not destined to be ours then, but we'll see if we did the game autosave after Jake contacted us. No. Okay. Well, now we know it's gonna pop any second. So we failed at our mission to get another settlement. Both of them too high level. I guess that makes sense. We're down way down where we shouldn't be. I was trying to get some settlements we didn't get in the last playthrough. But all right. So we're gonna end up needing to go back to Concord. So we will pop over to our main little spot, our main jam here. There's Memory Lane. Meet Jake back at the Concord store. It's interesting that that's the only one we don't have with Jake calling you back. I'm not sure if that was due to like an oversight or a rewrite where it was just like, all right, and then we just forgot to put it in, and then by the time we realized that it was we're too far in development. Might be one of those things that gets cleaned up for between when we do our cleanup of chapter 1 at some point. All right, Museum of Freedom, here we come. Oh yeah, you guys were telling me over and over again. You gotta clear everything. Oh, VLAN, I was joking around too. I was just curious if I am showing ADHD tendencies. All right, we gotta just disable this Deathclaw. He's been hanging around for far too long. Bye bye.
They ain't very nice. They're called gunners. So if you see any, make sure you stay far away from them, all right? Okay, now, I gotta go. But wherever you are, stay safe. I'll see you again soon, sweetheart.
Hey, Jake.
Oh, hey, darling. Didn't hear you come in. Turns out our radio connection between the hub and the ASAMs works just fine. I was just recording a message for someone.
Who's it for?
Yeah. Well,
that was a good way to say it.
Gunner thing, I just
super aggro.
It's kind of... this is awkward. Was sort of hoping to keep this private. What I wouldn't give for an interruption right now.
Search complete.
Huh? Oh, right. I asked the robot to find my screwdriver. Good timing. I don't mean to question your logic, Chip, but does that look like a screwdriver to you?
Affirmative.
You know what? You're right. Turns out this hammer is my screwdriver after all. Good work. Now, why don't you go patrol or something?
Protect and serve.
That bot ain't right.
Looks like you've got your hands full. I'll leave you to it.
Not so fast. Tell you what, darling. If you can find my screwdriver, I'll tell you who I was recording a message for. It's probably past time I told you anyway. Sound fair?
Oh, that's a good observation, Darth Womp. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Deathclaw, the body is stuck until Elias shows up, because Elias has to complain about it. You're right. You're right.
I've got more important things to worry about.
Oh, well, okay then. But if you change your mind, all you need to do is just bring me my screwdriver.
Oh, that was clever, Sarik. Clever way to force them to take the quest objective. Did we get the ASAM boxes respawning yet? No, actually, I bet they don't respawn anymore because we have them hooked up to enable parents. So they probably actually don't. All right, well, let's chase him upstairs to his favorite hangout up here. Which I think part of chapter 1's cleanup is going to be like he's just not going to be allowed up here anymore because it gets so awkward when he's on the stairs.
It. Thanks. Was driving me nuts looking for this thing. Okay, you held up your side of the deal. I'll spill the beans on who I was recording that message for. You ready for a little history of Jake?
Oh yeah, you just told me. You're right. I can restore it in case we want to do the Elias quest. I don't think we're going to do it this playthrough, but that's okay. Not now. I guess... Tell me the short version.
Give me the short version.
Sure, I could do that. So I come from a settlement that's quite a long way from here. A place called Sanford. And that's where a number of years ago I met this young woman. Well, one thing led to another, and, well, you know how it goes. You met someone and had a son, and I met someone and had a...
You dog.
I get it.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I had a daughter. I named her Laura. And from the moment she was born, that kid became my world. What the... Oh, that damn generator again! This is the 5th time it's stalled today!
Again?
It's the old plutonium well. The generator that kickstarts the fission reaction. It's been real temperamental lately. Hey, if you wouldn't mind, could you go get it started again for me? It probably just needs refueling.
All right, off we go. We'll take Jake's favorite route down. Oh yeah, and then it goes right over here. Oh, Jason, I just thought of a great bug I ran into. So there are certain places, if you try and go in a vertibird, where it goes up. If you go, like if it goes too high, it snaps itself back to where it was and then drops you under the world. So I don't remember where the locations are where that can happen, but there are places where if you try and take the vertibird there, it goes up too high and then it snaps you back to wherever it spawned from. And goes under the world. It looks really crazy because like you're just flying along and then all of a sudden you're under the world back in another cell. And that is one of the odd parts of the way the vehicle systems work in Fallout 4. They have this weird thing. There was actually a really cool mod somebody put out, or it's like an experimental mod. I'm trying to think. It was by what's his name? I can't remember how to say his name. It's like blah 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 or blah blah dee da, something like that. Him and some of his crew were working on a mod where they were going to have a Brahmin pulled wagon, and it would do that same kind of thing. Like after it got to a certain distance, it would just go freak out and go back to where it started, and the cart would just be bouncing all over the place.
Hello.
Greetings, sir or madam.
What are you doing down here?
This unit is patrolling.
What happened here?
Hostile target detected.
Never mind. We're done.
Protect and serve.
Good work killing the rad roaches. Idiot savant. Put something sticky on it. Oh no, you ate all your gummy gum. Oh, that's hilarious. I've never seen that before. I had no idea that was in the mod. Let's see if there happens to be. We really should plant some gum. Just like leave it on the counter or something. All right. Well, I've got adhesive. We're not going to screw around anymore. Restart the plutonium reactor. Here we go. Oh, Saito, that's funny. That's actually an oversight. Like we should have that conditioned so that can't happen. We'll have to put that on the list for chapter 1 fixes when we get back to it. I've never heard of anybody run into that, but that totally makes sense. Yeah, you don't have to go do that quest until way after ours. All right. Oh yeah, this way. Come on, doggo. Yeah, let's hope Starfield doesn't have Fallout 4's vehicle system. That's one of the rumors going around, is that part of the delay is because the space, like the flight didn't feel good. And I think, given that Microsoft has like one of the best, or if probably like the industry standard for flight simulation, like in their wheelhouse, like this is like the reason Fallout 4's gunplay is so good is because they had the id guys come in and do it, because they were, they had the experience of all the first-person shooters and stuff, and so they came in, polished up the Creation Engine's gunfighting, and so now we're going to get Microsoft Flight Simulator team coming in and polishing up the flight system for Starfield. Which should be absolutely incredible. And like this is one of the things I love about Bethesda's obsession with staying with this engine, is with every game they like get to increase, like superpower certain systems, and then their next games will have that superpower. That's so exciting, especially from a modding perspective. That's super awesome.
Excuse me.
Ah, got the generator humming again, I see. Thanks. It's no fun trying to work in the dark. Now, where was I? Oh, right. So, years pass, and Laura grows up.
Choo-choo
me and
watching
her
the spaceships
mom,
use the
Caitlin,
dragon animations.
We ended up drifting apart and separating. But I'd still see Laura all
Well,
the
it
time.
doesn't matter because, you know, in week
when she'd
one,
stay with her mom,
somebody's
we'd
going to
keep in
replace all the
touch.
spaceships with Thomas,
radio.
the tank engine, and we'll just be
So,
flying around in him.
One day, I broadcasted our usual radio time to say goodnight. But there's no response. Now, you gotta understand. Laura's the most punctual kid you'd ever meet. She was never late for anything. Naturally, I began to panic a little, worrying if something bad might have happened to her. So I rushed over to Caitlin's house and...
Raiders?
No, not raiders. It was...
Multiple hostile targets detected. Requesting backup.
hostile targets. What is that robot?
Flee, flee, flee.
I love this joke.
Could you go lend the bucket of bolts a hand? As annoying as it can be sometimes, it'd be a pain in the ass to have to rebuild it.
Of course, now the when we wrote this class, we didn't have the Conquered people who could lend a hand. That's really funny. They can help them out. This took a surprising amount of time to get working, to make Rad Roaches chase a Projectron. Where is it? I can't even target it. There he is, hiding under the ground. Overkill. There we go. Thanks for the hand, boys.
Hey there.
Thanks for dealing with that. Now let's see if I can finish my
That's
story.
what Molly gets for picking on
So
those
I'm
poor
at
Rad
Caitlin's
Roaches.
house, but turns out no one's there. The place was deserted, and all the belongings had been packed up. I rushed to Laura's room, no one there, all her stuff's gone. Even her ham radio. Well, I asked around. Turns out earlier that day, Caitlin had booked passage on a caravan, and they were long gone. Now, there was no way in hell I was about to let Caitlin disappear with my daughter. I dashed back home, gathered a few essentials, and set off in pursuit.
Bitch.
Believe me, after finding out what she did, I called her a lot worse. Anyway, I tracked that damn caravan halfway across the wasteland. By the time I caught up with it, it had made its final stop
I'm really enjoying
There.
playing
in the Commonwealth.
the aggressive character
Caitlin
who
and
just
Laura had already
chooses
departed.
the Aiden
But I knew where
option
they
for
were
Jake
now.
whenever possible.
Since then, I've put out a radio message every night, hoping Laura might hear it. Know that her dad is out here looking for her. After our little run-in with the Gunners, I needed to warn her to stay away from him. I know she probably won't hear it, but still, I had to try.
That's a hell of a story.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I've not really spoken to anyone about Laura since I got here. Unless you count the Ron. Anyway, thanks for listening. Feels good to finally share. Get everything off my chest.
Oh, what is it now? Feral dwarves? Irradiated death claws?
Alright, where you go? Oh, I thought he was going to do his jump off the roof thing to go down to the... Because Dogmeat's basically blocking his pathing. He's supposed to go down the stairs. Yeah, we definitely need to... So we needed him actually to be up here to... for this particular encounter. But we need to do something about companions. Or might just leave it in there as Bethesda wonkiness.
What? What's all this about death claws?
Oh,
Right behind you, buddy.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting visitors.
Feral Dwarves, of course. Chapter 3. That turns out to be the real villain. They're behind the Gunners. The Feral Dwarf army under the underground.
Now what?
Well, cheese and crackers. You must be the ones with the ASM sensors, eh?
Me and my partner here, yeah. And they're called ASAMs.
Is it true what the old geezer said? Can ASMs really help build up settlements?
Well, sure, as long as what your settlement needs are some homes or farms or a scrap heap. But I should warn you, recently there's been some trouble with...
Gee, a scrap heap. Well, that settles it. We'll take 100 Assams, please. How many caps does that come to?
I love it.
Whoa,
I love
whoa,
Hubert.
slow down. We're not just
Him and
peddling
the
some
Ron
product
are
here.
comedic relief.
Besides,
Whoops! I accidentally pushed a button with my. I was going to give a little scratch.
Why not?
Hey, don't tell me you've already forgotten. That Aiden guy may have been a Brahmin's ass, but he did have a point. It's a fair bet that settlement got attacked because they used ASAMs. Who's to say the same thing wouldn't happen again?
It's and the feral dwarves are going to turn out to be what do you call them? What are the things? God, why can't I think of it? Why can't I think of it? I've been doing a Skyrim playthrough and I can't think of the. What are the Dwemer? It's gonna or the Dwemer. It's gonna turn out to be them, and then we can take Jake to Skyrim, and then of course and then we also do a rocket ship and launch into space, and we can take him to Starfield. And then how do we get him into, I guess, Fallout 3 in New Vegas? We could just go there, right? Those still exist at this time period. We don't know that Skyrim and Fallout 4 aren't in the same universe. Could be. Let's see here.
Maybe you're right.
I'm just not sure it's right to give out sensors to
Jake's the
random
Dragonborn.
Not to put them in danger.
If you're concerned about giving sensors out to strangers, why not have them join us instead? I've got no problem defending those we bring into the fold.
Hey, we'd be happy to join with ya. Right now, we're kind of living rough, so whatever it takes to get some Assams, eh?
I don't know.
You lose your nerve?
Hey, now, come on. That ain't fair. This ain't about me. It's about whether or not it's right to put people in danger.
You need to decide, Jake. What's it gonna be?
I don't know. After the whole Gunner thing. What do you think, darling? What's the right thing to do?
Don't worry. I'll get you up and running.
Really? You'd have us? Oh, geez, thanks.
I still think we may be asking for trouble. But I think you're right. We can't be scared to help folks. Okay, let's do this.
Oh, you really don't know what this means to us. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Whoa! Did Hubert just have a
Welcome
hole
to
in
the
his
family.
chest?
Sorry, what's your name?
Hubert. Here,
Yes, he does.
I'll mark
Hey,
where we're staying
Beebs,
on your
when
boy.
if you catch
I'll
this
run ahead
stream,
and tell the
look at
others.
Hubert here.
Meet you there, eh?
He's got a
I'll
big
tag
hole in
along
his
with
chest.
the young'un. I'm fairly familiar with sensors by now. I'll get his people up to speed before you arrive.
Here, darling, take these. A few extra ASAMs, in case you need them. Let's get these folks up and running. And if the Gunners do show up again, well, we'll just have to put them in their place, won't we? I'm gonna get back to repairing the hub. Oh, and thanks again for listening today. Good luck now.
Oh, nice. Got it on a quest. So, I guess if... wait, what's going on, guys? Oh, dog meat blocking the way again. Thanks, doggo. So, so there's people who have theorized that in Starfield, Earth won't be inhabitable. So, like, that means there was an apocalypse, right? So, we just take Jake and friends to Earth in Starfield, and they rebuild the world, right? That's the mod.
Looseness and sexual depravity. Look to New Vegas, where men and women dress in immodesty and peddle their bodies for
All right, we're gonna listen to Edmund for a second while I write notes about bugs. Like we need to get the poor Hubert's shirt
body
fixed.
has a built-in reward system that, in moderation, can create gratification, addiction, and extremity. It can start off in modesty, acts that are wrong, not illegal.
They're gonna hold me to
not
that.
shameful or immodest.
Yeah, I just have to click the import SS2 button. Make the make mod button. That's coming, right? That's why we have AI. We're gonna get that make mod button finally. Turo, you were asking about SS2 failing to start. Usually it means that you had a lot of mods loading up at startup, or it can happen from a lot of Creation Club content. And basically, when too many quests, and quests don't necessarily mean like, you know, a thing with an objective. Quests are what runs basically the whole game. And if too many quests start up at the same time, then some of them will just fail to start or get delayed. So if you get that bug, that pop-up from SS2 where it says it failed to start on time, what you'd want to do is basically go do your save over without SS2 enabled. So like leave Workshop Framework, but disable SS2, Chapter 2, any add-on packs. Start your game, get through character creation, and you know, play through some of the intro, then install SS2, and then you shouldn't get that pop-up anymore. Oh, because the art in dev chat, yeah, that has become, somebody's turned it into on our dev team turned it into a Rickroll. We were talking about something else in development about needing something, and I think it was Strong. It's like, that's a good idea, but I think we should go with this instead. And he did like a spoiler link to that image, and it linked back up to there. And so now we're just going to troll each other forever with that, I think, because it's such a great shocker image of like, whoa, wait, I thought you were going to show me an idea for a quest. And then instead we get that. There's raiders and gunners on the way. All right. What about this guy? Oh, that's a traitor. Oh, nope. Where are you? Where are you, radio? Nope. Oh, is this the person that just sells... Do they sell cats?
Best scrap in the Commonwealth, right here.
Or is this just a cat lady that
Let's see
sells
what
junk?
you have.
I'm interested in cat bowls, yeah. I'm interested in... I really just need Stimpaks. Cat meat. Ooh. Interesting. So you're a cat farmer, I guess. I guess that's a thing that would happen. I don't think Kez meant to make it an SS2 Rickroll. It just turned into one because it was too perfect not to be. Because the image was so unexpected. Because when it was originally shared, it was under spoiler. Because like whoever posted it first, I think Rick did. It was like, this has to be. I have to flag this as an SFW. I don't need anybody getting in trouble for popping open this and being shocked. With it, no one wants their boss to see that behind them. So now it's our internal Rickroll. All right, what are we fighting, guys?
Is it over?
You're a moron every day of the week, Hubert. Couldn't you have taken just one day off?
Hey, lay off. Maybe Hubert's onto something. What's the harm in just hearing them out?
I know this seems out there, and I was doubtful myself, but I'm telling you.
See? Here they are now. I told ya. All our building problems are solved.
You
Teresa,
really
wrong way.
are an idiot, Hubert. After I've dealt with this, remind me to explain the meaning of low profile to you. Okay, that's far enough. Throw your weapon on the ground. Let's see those hands in the air.
Attack. Oh yeah, we decided we're only being a jerk to Jake.
Calm down. Let's talk this out.
There's nothing to talk about. Hubert may have asked to join you, but he doesn't speak for all of us. And I don't for a second believe what he or this old man say about these ASAM sensors.
ASAMs.
ASAM, whatever. Look, I don't want to hurt you, but I don't trust your reasons for being here. So please, just hand over your weapon.
Yeah, the Stingwings and the mines over here are, it's very difficult to solve problems like that because all that stuff is set up as dynamic respawn. And so we can't access it directly. We have to do it with a script. And usually, so it's by the time the area loads for us to grab the stuff with a script, they've already engaged with it. So it's almost like we have, the only way we could fix this would be to patch it. This would be one of those things where, we'd basically need to make a vanilla edit, which we never do. Like everything we've put in the game is additive. We don't ever edit or delete things. But I'm happy to do that with a patch. So I think that the other one that would need the same treatment is there's a random encounter that can trigger over by where Old Paul has you meet up with the raiders, and then a lot of times when you go to those raiders, they'll be fighting random enemies. So that would be another spot we could use a patch. The third one is when you meet up at, what's it called? Outside the battle for Gunner's Plaza, in that little, I'm trying to remember what that space was. I think it was like a car showroom or something, but there's another random encounter there. So all those, like, we could probably just make like a single patch to just handle it for all three, and then any for future chapters as well. That would be doable. Sure.
Okay,
Have some
fine.
weapons.
Here's everything I've got.
Finally. Thank you. I'll just put your weapon in this footlocker. Nice and safe. Don't worry. You'll get it back when we're done here.
See, Stodge? She handed over her weapons. Nice and friendly like. She's not here to hurt us. So why not listen about the Asums now, eh? If we joined this nice lady, she'd help us build this place into a real home.
Youngest, right. Seen these sensors in action myself. Just the thing for a fledgling settlement.
Okay, fine. If it shuts the two of you up, I'll listen. But I'm still not convinced these things are the answer to a new home.
What would it take to convince you?
Okay. Even if I did believe these ASAMs do everything I've been told, how do I know we could trust you? We just had our old home taken from us by goddamn mercenaries. Had to flee just so we wouldn't become indentured workers. So I can't say I'm thrilled with the idea of us running, only to be leashed by some new landlord, making promises they can't keep. Even if these senses of yours work, I'd need to know we're not signing over our independence and freedom. I need to know you're on the level.
Just do it, stupid. Yeah, sure. You can have my caps. I don't need them.
All I can give you is my word. And a bunch of caps.
All right, I'm convinced.
Just like that?
Why? You put your money where your mouth is.
I've never
If you were
tested that
just
option.
some snake oil salesman, you'd be gouging us for caps, not giving them to us. Okay, I'll go along with this whole censor thing. We'll join with you. You better not try and screw us over.
Oh, great. Was Stodge on board? Everyone else will fall right in line.
But I've one condition, and it's non-negotiable. We'll join with you, and use your sensors. But you gotta let us decide how we use them. If we're gonna make a new home, then we
Oh
should
yeah,
have a
Captain
say
Yak.
in
If
how
you've
it's
never
built.
played this yet, we're playing through. Although this is the last quest I'm gonna do for chapter 1, and then I'm skipping to like near the end of chapter 2. So more ultra spoilers are coming for you. But if you've been curious about what the HQ system is, that has become like a mainstay in the patch notes, then you could stick around and find out, and you'd only have to spoil one quest for it. Okay.
Fair enough.
All right. Well then, I think we can make this work. Okay, everyone, listen up. This is how we're gonna do things. We need to decide on a leader.
Okay, I
Someone
want to test something.
who
I
can
want to see
take
what happens
charge
if
of
I
the
run and grab my
building
weapon
effort,
right now.
and then run the place once
Oh,
construction's
he locks the
done.
thing. Okay.
Most of us have skills
I thought
that'd
about.
be
Apparently, I thought
useful
about
in a
that in my
leadership
testing
position.
because this is one of the quests I
So
set up.
anyone who thinks they're up to the task, step forward and make yourself known. I'll go first. What the? I can't say I expected Hubert to step forward. But what are you doing, old man? You're not one of us.
That step forward is so janky, but it's so Bethesda. I felt so when I got that working. I'm like, it looks awkward, but man, does it fit in a Bethesda game.
I know I may not look like much, but I've been around a while. Reckon I could offer some useful guidance, at least until you're on your feet.
Fair enough. But all three of us can't lead. We'll have to pick just one of us.
Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you decide who gets put in charge? I think you'd probably choose a good leader.
I don't want to.
All right, I'll do it.
Well, that's all kinds of fantastic. I can't wait
Well,
to see who
Hubert's
you pick.
clearly got magic since he doesn't have an inside, so we should pick him. I picked him last time. I guess we'll pick. Actually, I don't think last time I think I let Stodge run away, so we'll talk
Hi.
to Stodge.
Huh? You made up your mind?
You tell me
It would
about
be nice
your
to know more about you.
What?
your
Am I story
qualifications.
time Stodge now? What would you even want to know? How about that I'm a ghoul? Probably didn't notice that, did you? I'm not one of those decrepit pre-war ones, though. Although, I am pretty old. Old enough to have been a gunner. Back when that title was still worth something. But that was long ago. These days, I'm more concerned with keeping me and mine safe from anything the Commonwealth can throw at us. Which is a lot.
Okay, say your piece.
What? I gotta sell myself? Fine. If you put me in charge, you can expect things to be efficient and done right. I run a tight ship, and I don't take no crap. I'd put my focus on defense and making sure everyone pays their dues. And if people don't like it, they can suck it.
You're hired.
I've made my choice.
Oh? Who'd you pick?
Oh man, the volume on there got real weird.
How about you?
Smart pick. You made the right choice.
All right, and then we're gonna pick. I usually pick Sunshine because it's close by, but let's pick one that we haven't done. Oh, this is how we could get. What happens if you do Murkwater or Jamaica Plain? I'm very curious now. I don't want to walk that far though. Where can we go that we didn't do last playthrough? That's not going to be a 10-mile walk. I guess they all kind of are. Let's see. I guess if we're gonna let's not be silly. I was about to pick Kingsport. But if we're gonna wrap up this playthrough after this quest and go to HQ, we need time for that. So, all right, let's send them over there. I am kind of curious though. Like, I might reload this quick save later when we're just in chat mode, and just come back and like just spam through this real quick just to see what happens if we choose something like. Oh, and they left some goodies in there for us. Choose somewhere with like Murkwater that hasn't been cleared yet. Like how I handle that, because I do. So I have a script that can kill all the enemies in an area, and like so we use that occasionally. Like when we use it before the GNN battle to kill the vanilla gunners and replace them with our version, so that we have more control over them. And there's some reason I didn't use it here. It might be that this area is like flagged as what we call a wilderness cell, which means we can't like fetch it dynamically. It might be something like that. I don't know, but I actually have in my head now. I'm starting to form a plan of how to deal with those mines and stingwings, because I know a lot more now since when I did that. So they might be able to come up with something. It'd be nice to get that resolved, because yeah, it's really awkward that they all get in the middle of a fight, and then instead of having their little argument, oh god, nope, leave him alone, guys. Leave him alone. We tried this last playthrough. I remember it vividly. It did not go well. Hi, nice behemoth. I like your statue. You've sent them somewhere else and that you haven't cleared before. Still have to clear it, but it's a pain to travel there. Yeah, yeah. I like Sunshine's like the one I tend to choose because I know it's the closest, and I happen to not be using it. So, like when we wrote it, I think it was originally designed. We either had it originally locked to Sunshine or we had it locked to. I can't remember how we were originally discussing. So it was either going to be. I think it was going to be either Sunshine or Everywhere. And then we ended up choosing. I don't remember how we came to that list, but there was a lot of discussion before we got to that list of settlements. I think we wanted one that was. We wanted to make sure it was one in the Commonwealth. We didn't want to give 100% open choice because we didn't want ones where it was likely you would cause problems with quests. So there was. The city plans themselves may have had part of been part of the decision about like what stuff was in the city plan. Hardcore mode challenge rematch with Boomer. Boomer. Did I fight him this playthrough? I don't know. We don't think we took out Post-Ammonia. No, we didn't. Okay. Oh yeah, that was like a 30 deaths in a row moment before I finally got him with like a lucky headshot off of a jet jump or something like that. That was an epic battle. The only battle more epic was with the time that I intimidated Aiden with the camera. Off we go, guys. I'm curious, did we set up...
How's it going, eh? Got someone in mind for the job?
Oh,
How about you?
Smart. You made
Bug.
the right choice.
Well, at least it's an elegant bug. It was it was handled nicely. So not only is that a bug, this is also like a failure. So usually at these points in quests, we would set up like a special hello that would be like, hey, talk to us when we get to the settlement or something like that, so that the player gets a response without it. There's two reasons for those. One is it feels more immersive if the character says something like that, but the second is to cover so we don't accidentally start a scene that's not ready yet. So that's actually, that would go on the polish list. I wish that we had an auto walk feature. Like, let me get this would be a nice little mod for scenarios like this. So like, I just want a follow button so that I could start taking some notes while we're, whoop, whoop, whoop. Nope, nope. No! Why is my controller doing this? Stop. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay, I'm gonna set it down real slowly. Okay, there we go. I've got one of those controllers with all the extra buttons under your fingers, so if I don't set it down perfectly flat, it clicks one of those buttons, and they all like are duplicate copies of different buttons. Alright, so we need to write down that during MQ13 walk to settlement, need custom hellos. Got it. Oh, Q on the keyboard does it? Really? No, that's not doing anything. Although I might have my my hotkeys rebound. Let's check. I'm really curious. I've never seen auto walk as an option. Let's see. So I'll see if I'm overriding the hotkey first of all. Oh no, none on this character. Settings. Or I wonder if some of the controls are disabled because I'm using the controller. No, I don't see anything. I don't see an auto walk. Was that maybe is that a PC only feature? Is that an F4SE feature? I've never seen that. It's X for you guys? X? Let's try it. Nope. That's not doing anything. I mean, I've played other games with it. It's a nice feature, especially for MMOs. It was a really nice feature. You could turn on auto walk and then type in global chat. That was always fun. It's probably because I have the controller plugged in. It's a disabled option or something. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Probably just because I have the controller, it's disabled. Oh, something we can shoot. Is this Super Mutant over there?
Huh?
Surprise! Let's help these settlers. Oh no, I'm gonna pop one of the settlers by accident. Got him. Oh, these guys are just not interested. I mean, we are here for ourselves, thank you. Alright, now I hear a lot of people complain about this quest not working correctly, so I'm very curious if because it worked correctly the first time I played through, but let's see how we do here. So they arrived, and that cleared the objective.
All right, everyone.
There we go.
Pull those thumbs out and grab a hammer. Let's see if these ASAMs live up to all the hype.
Okay. Yep, let's go. Let's see what song we roll. Do we lose this the streamer lotto? Yep, we did. Nope. For those of you guys who don't know, there's a troll in like some random country who copyright claims any video with the Fallout 4 theme song in it. It's absolutely absurd. And I've shown Bethesda these many times, and I'm told that their lawyers now know about it and that they will deal with it. Yet it keeps happening, so I don't know what's going on there. All right, here we go. Destruction's happening. Now, I've talked about this before, but I'll mention it again because I'm sure a lot of people, when they see the multiple cinematic modes happening, wondering why that happens, and it's actually like just a little quirk because there's city plans, and that popping in and out of workshop mode also a little quirk. So some of these are workarounds. So, for example, in order to build wires dynamically, you can see those wires appearing. The player has to have been in workshop mode once, and if they haven't, and we try and run the wires, just nothing happens instead, because it's done with F4SE. Oh, that's so painful to see that there are multiple things depending on plots that aren't there. Oh, that sucks. Hate when that happens. But anyway, that's why we hopped on a workshop mode, and then the fact that you get pulled into camera mode twice is because this is actually, the city plans are actually a series of like a dozen workshop framework layouts. That's why the city plans are so much faster in SS2 than they were in SS1, because the layout code was written to be like hyper fast. Like me and another guy spent months troubleshooting or testing out like how fast we could make Fallout 4 do a fake version of threading. Which just basically means do an individual task very, very fast in little chunks, and we built out that system on it, and then so I piggybacked SS2 on it. And part of that is the camera system is triggered when a layout starts, and so if you pull out of the camera and then another layout starts, then it'll pull you back into the camera because they're kind of tied together.
Hey.
Well, would you look at that? The ASIMs worked exactly as you said. I suppose I owe you an apology. So, sorry. I think you've given us the fresh start we needed. You can count on me to lead this place in your name. Thank you for everything.
There we go. All right, well, we'll play it off. Okay, so I see I'm going to put another little note on this quest that we need to turn off AI during final scene in Q13 as NPC walks away. Trying to complete it. I saw somebody said, "Did you clear the Ghouls, Roaches, Mod Hunter?" Did you clear the Ghouls and Roaches? I didn't, so I'm gonna go see if they're still there, or because yeah, then maybe we just have it set up that it just runs the city plan even if and just takes the settlement. That might be how we have it set up, and we just kind of ignore the issue of the fact that some of those places might have creatures. Maybe that's what we did, assuming that like, well, while you're flying around in the sky, Stodge and company will just murder whatever enemies are there. Maybe that's how I have it set up. It also could be that we have it set up to auto kill them. So settlements are a special case, unlike those locations where we were talking about earlier about killing NPCs. Settlements, it's actually really easy to do because the no, yeah, we didn't even have to kill them all, but it's actually shockingly easy to kill off enemies at the start of settlements. They're all actually flagged as if they're settlers, and so you can actually just like you run a command to fetch all the settlers before you have people there and just kill them. And but yeah, it does not look like we're doing that. I think we just left it and just like are like, Stodge and all these people will take care of them. What do we get? What do we get? The irradiated tire iron. Deadly weapon. Okay, so that's the end of that quest. So I guess so you guys can see the quest line can go pretty quick. It actually, like, even because we didn't spend much time dinking around. So what always shocks me playing through this is how long it takes to play through it. Not as a negative, but just like that we got that much content in quest-wise. Because like this is 6 episodes where I played, you know, a full 90 minutes. I mean, some of it was me dying and playing the vanilla game, but still pretty sizable playthrough for. This isn't even all of chapter 1. This was like 3/4 of it. So we're gonna skip ahead now. So I'm gonna make a save here before I do this, just in case. So we'll go save LP day. Ooh, typo day 6. Or let's see, we'll do MQ13 complete. And we're gonna do a quest skip. So if you ever wondered where this is, basically at any time during the quest, although we got Shandy we triggered. Hey, buddy.
Well, hello.
Hey, I got a message for you.
Hey, kid.
It's word from Mr. Jared. He's from the CPD. I'm with him, too. We beat the shit out of bad guys. You know, justice. Mr. Jared says that Mr. Kaler thinks you're good at fucking up bad guys, too. So, that's why I gotta give you the message.
Okay, I'm listening.
Mr. Jared says that you had problems with the gunners, too. Said
I
you
love
might
this
like to
performance
know
so
where
much,
there
I'm
are
listening
some
to it
that
again.
deserve a good ass kicking. Told me to tell you that we're gonna go to town.
You may be right,
gunners.
Valen.
Let's
I'm
hope
so
you come
I
see
just give in to
or
my
maybe even help.
ADHD like impulses of like telling you guys a story about how we're gonna start or how we're gonna skip ahead, and then it's like, ooh, shiny.
Shouldn't be a problem. Just tell me where they are.
Mr. Jared said that you should come down to the headquarters. It's the South Boston PD near Andrews Station and the Gwinnett Brewery. You know, when nice people get the message delivered, they tend to, I don't know, give the messenger some caps or soda or something.
I probably have a soda for him. Let's see.
You want a soda? Is that it?
Well, I guess I'll just drag myself all the way back home, uphill. I hope the thirst doesn't end me. Mr. Jared wants to meet you down at the docks back east. And then I have to start talking.
So guys, a little flex on the voice actors we got.
I'm shutting up now.
And I'm gonna screw it up. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. But this the voice actress who did Shandy, first of all, also did Judge, so is capable of doing a kid's voice and an old ghoul's voice. But she was, I believe, the female dark elf in one of the Elder Scrolls games. I'm gonna double check my credits and find out. Freaking Kobus is awesome for he's willing to ask anybody to join the mod, which is freaking cool. I won't be surprised if one day he tells us that he convinced Nate and Nora's voice actors to come work with us. Although I know that can't happen because of contracts, but we would love to have it happen. That would be amazing. So our only hope would be that somebody said yes without understanding that maybe they shouldn't, but that would be, now that we know it would be like a dick move to do it. So let me see here. I'm trying to find the quest talent. Let's see, where is Shandy? Why can't I find you? Here we go. Lenny, let's see, Lenny Manella is the name of the voice actress. And what was she in? She's been in World of Warcraft, Midnight Suns. She was in God of War, the new one. Scrolling down, I want to find the she's in Mass Effect. Like, Jesus, her list is crazy. And then Sim Settlements 2 up on the on her IMDb page. So cool. But I'm trying to find what I can't remember which. If she was in Skyrim or Oblivion. I'm scrolling back through her IMDb. Here, I should crowdsource this to you guys. Let me find the chat again. Where's chat? Here we go. So this is, here we go. There you go. Morrowind, that's what it was. It was Morrowind. I just found it as I pasted that. But anyway, that was such a crazy get in the mod. But yeah, she does such a great job, and I can't believe she can voice a kid. That's like really well too. Okay, so going back before I went crazy on you guys with the distractions, I was saying, so what we're going to do is we're going to skip quests, and I think what I was trying to say was that the best time to skip quests using this command is after, like, you can use it in an emergency to get out of a stuck quest. Like, that was originally why we designed it, but it's a really complex system. Like, the cheat system was way more difficult than I assumed it was going to be, because we can't just assume that, normally you would think, oh, you just run set stage all the way through the quest till it's done. But there are some stages that there has to be a time delay before you let the next one run. Some of them shouldn't run. They're generally like a dialogue check, and where it would like break later quests if two stages got set, two particular stages. Like, for example, we might set a stage when you say no to somebody and another stage when you say yes. So if both were set, then it would cause weird issues later. So the cheat command system is not perfect, and a lot of people have run into some issues. Like, I think like some objective markers you won't get. I've heard that certain quests, if you skip, like certain things won't appear, and that's just got to go in our bug list to fix eventually. But what I've found is generally if you quest skip at the very beginning of a new quest, it's usually fine. So let's go here. We're gonna run the holotape. Where are you? City manager. Here we go. Tools, cheats, and quest skipping, and then we're going to go skip ahead to specific main quest, and then this runs after you close Pip-Boy. Now, I'm pretty sure I figured out recently how to force close the Pip-Boy. I discovered a new superpower that I can do in the CK that I never knew about when we were experimenting with something for Chapter 3. I'm very excited to get in and play with that some more, because it'd be really nice if those sorts of things where it says, close the Pip-Boy, would just close the Pip-Boy for you and just run it instead of, you know, kind of like, when you use what's it called, the invisible thing, Stealth Boy. When you use a Stealth Boy where it just makes you go invisible automatically. I would love to have that for some of our tools as well. Okay, so we're gonna skip ahead to we're gonna go past How to HQ. So we'll go to Water Under the Bridge, because that way How to HQ's beginning part will be done, and we'll be able to just play with the features at that point. I guess we could skip all the way to Commonwealth Rising, because that will give us access to the doctor stuff too. Yeah, well, let's just do that. It won't take that much longer to skip the Nightingale stuff. So then what happens is you'll start getting items, you'll start getting quests completed. It actually treats it like you actually went through and played all the quests. So you also get all the XP and stuff. So the other benefit, not only in being able to skip past stuck quests, but it's also a way if you had like a save bug out on you, or if you just got tired of playing through the intro and you want to skip ahead. Like, for example, when Chapter 3 comes out, if you like, you know, you've played through Chapter 1 and 2 before, and you're like, I don't trust my old save, but I also would like to just get right to the new stuff, you'll be able to use this. And then this happens occasionally where if there was a major choice moment, it would let you choose what you did, so that way future stuff, if it references it, will have what decision you would have made. Sure, we'll just answer the first one for all of them. I think we have it set up like the default options are always the completionist option, like the option that gets you the widest possible potential for the future, because I think that's how most of us prefer to play Bethesda games, is like, what can we do to see as much content as possible? Like that tends, I think that's, I'm not alone in that. Sure, we'll do Jake's, and allowed to flee. And then at some point we'll get a question about what we want to do about the Nightingales, and we can skip all that too, because the Nightingales ends up being required in order to continue through all of the Chapter 2 main quest stuff. Oh, there goes Teresa running off to HQ, because she knows she's supposed to be a part of it. She voices King Gath. Oh, that's hilarious. Here we go. Some more stuff happening. I would love, as I once joked when I used to do the podcast every week. Well, it wasn't really a podcast. It was literally just me and somebody streaming on, we didn't even stream, I guess. We would just meet up and record privately, and then I would release it on YouTube with no video. It was a really poor version of a podcast. If I ever do a podcast again, I'll do it correct and like get it out on all the different platforms and everything, and either do cameras or something more interesting than just like staring at a blank screen. But anyway, when I used to do the podcast, I said I was going to do it until I got Todd Howard on as a guest. That would have been fun. And then freaking Lex Friedman got him on. So it's not impossible. It was not an impossible goal I had dreamt up for myself, but I didn't do it correct. I mean, part of the reason my YouTube channel got, like, I changed the content was because I was kind of like I was half-assing it, and it's not how I like to create. Like, you know, like with our trailers and stuff, like if I'm putting out stuff that's meant to be like good curated content, like this, streams are a totally different beast because they're meant to be like more freeform and loose. Like that, I think that's part of the fun for people, is it feels less corporate. Like it feels more, I don't know how you guys feel, that's how I feel. It's nice to just kind of hanging out with somebody while they do stuff. And like, so this is a better fit for the time I have available, because it turns out producing good YouTube videos, even like a good podcast, takes a lot of time. Okay, now we're getting the pop-ups about HQ, so that's a good sign, and it should still be able to it should still be able to do everything remotely. This we tested quite a bit because we knew we were going to need for testing purposes. Like, this is one of those features that pretty early on, like basically it goes, we give the testers like the alpha builds of the quests, and then immediately I start working on the skip commands because we need to be able to skip them for testing. So we've run this to where like all the way through the HQ stuff, it can build remotely from, like, you could do it from the vaults, I think. Maybe not the vault. Maybe right after you step outside. I can't remember when it's safe to do it. Heiner Nettle. Hey, King Gath, first time mod user here. I must say it's amazing what we've created here. I haven't had this much fun with Fallout in a long time. Thank you so much. Well, don't just thank me. There is now a giant team among that makes Sim Settlements possible. I'm just the psycho who has committed 6.5 years of his life to coordinating the efforts. But most of the this quest stuff, I just am kind of along for the ride for, and I love it. I'm absolutely floored with what they've put together. It's so good. Cannot wait to see all of Chapter 3 come to life. Sonic Phil, thanks for showing the quest skipping. I was considering another playthrough and was wondering what would happen if I did this. Yeah, it should be totally fine. I have a lot of times, like when I'm gearing up to test some new stuff, I'll pop in a fresh save and just skip all the way through all the quests, and then make a copy of that save, and it's kind of like my vanilla. It's just got SS2 with patch XYZ on it, so that way I can jump back to it whenever I need to check something. Particularly with HQ, it's nice to be able to have a HQ ready to go. That was the other part where I was like, I knew I wanted to have this working for Chapter 2 because I thought some people would really love the HQ system and want to be like, okay, I don't really want to play all this stuff before, but I would love to have an HQ to base my character from. And this is the way to do that too. It's like skipping all the way to the end, because you don't have to do that last quest. Like the ending to Chapter 2, like really kind of happens with the what we call MQ22. It's what is it, end of the beginning? That kind of like, that feels like the ending of Chapter 2, and then the rest of it is just like to get you into HQ and give you a toy to play with. So it's like an end game mechanic. So you can kind of, you know, the quest skipping lets you kind of start a fresh game from that point. Getting all the tutorials. The HQ stuff takes a little while to skip. So when you're doing this skipping, you'll want to do what I'm doing, which is just hang out and let it run. And then whenever the last quest that you ask it to skip to is done, then that's when you can start fast traveling around and do your thing. But you kind of want to treat this like it's important you don't fast travel. Like you could technically, I'm sure it would create some number of bugs. Villain, I like how chill your streams are. Nice to hang out. Yeah, that's why I think that's why I've kept doing it. Like if it was too intense or it required like a lot of upfront planning, I would have burned out from it. Whoops, established supply agreement with ... in command mode. That's probably a, I hope that's a cheat mode specific bug. Do you guys, have any of you seen that happen in a normal playthrough? Tutorial complete. So we still haven't gotten the question about nightingales, so we're not done yet. Sehuai, hey King, should we expect any more patches, or are you heads down in Chapter 3 now? I'll just say to be determined. I am very heads down on Chapter 3 right now. Like more than you guys can ever imagine. But sorry, let's see. We're gonna go. Yes, we'll skip. Hello.
Is this working?
So that question was basically like, do you want to skip Nightingales and Doctors in the house and the Doctor in the House quest, or do you just want to skip the Nightingales?
And I think you should be made
All right, we'll let Cedric finish talking, and then I will talk more to that point about Chapter 3 and patches.
An illness that's been going around.
Starting to get all the Nightingale unlocks.
Personnel. It's not too serious. No one's died. Yet. But it has incapacitated at least a quarter of our staff. Not to mention the stress it's put on the HQ's plumbing.
That's quite a predicament.
All right, let's see. I think we can skip ahead now.
Sure. I'm on it. It's as good as done.
I'd suggest there are humanity.
There we go. Okay. All right. So speaking back to the question of Will there be any more patches? So what will ultimately determine, so I have at least one more, possibly 2 more patches in mind I would like to get out before 3.0. But we're getting into like the really deep system stuff where I have to mess with a lot of existing systems. And so it's basically going to be determined by, can I prevent the new Chapter 3 systems from impacting games? And if I can, then I can keep patching. If I can't, then I won't. So I haven't made that determination. I figure for this news video, I'll make the proper declaration of like how many more patches there are going to be between now and 3.0. I will say this is going to have, when we do go dark for patch, it's going to be the longest dark cycle you guys have seen out of me before expansion, because there's so many new systems that like, once I kind of, there's certain Pandora's boxes, once I open them, like I can't stop until I've finished. So I've been delaying this as long as possible because I want to keep getting bug fixes out to you guys. I'm pretty certain that I can do at least one more because I've been kind of focused in one narrow area since the last patch. Like I've done a lot Chapter 3 programming in the last week. And I think it's focused enough on a small enough part of quests that I'll be able to safely patch again still. Because it would be nice. I would like to do one more where I just not worry about features or anything, but just like go through the reported bug list, excuse me, on Git that all of our testers have done, and just like knock down as many as I can. The other 2 things that I would have loved to do before Chapter 3 launches, which I don't think we will have time for based on the time frames we're looking at, because now, you know, a lot's going to change too over the next couple of months when we find out Starfield's release date, because they said that they're planning a new a panel, like a feature reveal of Starfield, and I imagine when that happens we'll get a release date, and then that is going to heavily impact our timeline about, you know, when we decide to finish everything. So, you know, if that says, if that comes out and it turns out that Starfield's not happening until the holidays, then, you know, I will find a way to get you guys more patches. We won't, because we'll delay the Chapter 3 longer to get more features in, because we're already on that right now. We're in the mode of like, oh, Starfield could release in like a few months, so we need to wrap up. So we've started like marking features as post-launch, where it'll just be like, okay, that's going to get shelved until post-launch, and if Starfield gets delayed, then those will go back on the table, because it would be way cooler to launch Chapter 3 as like our best expansion yet. Like that will be that's my hope. So number of patches between now and Chapter 3 is up to fate right now. But the 2 big things I would love to get in, if we had, you know, an unlimited time frame and unlimited time budget personally, like for how much labor we could put in, I would say I would love to focus on HQ 3.0, which would be getting in the automation system. So those of you guys who don't like parts of it could just skip it. And then also as a way to fast track the time between it takes to get to Chapter 2, from Chapter 2 to Chapter 3, because I think right now it's not going to feel good. If you started a new playthrough on the day Chapter 3 launched, it would take you forever to get to Chapter 3's content. So, and HQ is going to be one of the biggest bottlenecks. So, you know, I want to get that sorted out. And then the other one would be, I would love to go back and do a wait, this still says build a power distribution. Oh, that's right, the power distribution room is part of the quest we skipped too. So there's not a quest skip currently for Commonwealth Rising. That will come when we ship the 3.0 patch, because we'll need to be able to skip to Chapter 3. But right now we only set up the quest skips to get up to the last quest. But anyway, so the other thing I would love to do before 3.0 launches, I would love to do our Chapter 1 polish phase, where we go through and like clean up some of the awkward AI packages and like fix some of those bugs that we just ran into. They're a little, you know, like those are little bugs, like they're not a huge deal, but they're little irritants that make it less like our ultimate goal is we want players to question their sanity about whether the stuff they just engaged with was in the game from the get-go or not. Like, wait a second, has that always been there? That's kind of our goal. So if we can get more of that Chapter 1 content feeling like that, and then I would love to smooth out like the tutorials in the plot section. Oh, we got a fire. I don't think we ever had one in our other playthrough. Okay, so we are at HQ. So I guess what I want to show you guys is what it looks like to do this in... Uh-oh, this is not right. Oh, good, it's unlocked. I was like, if this is... if that was locked, that would have been a problem. Just run around checking, making sure everything worked for the quest skipping. Looks like it did. Also, I'd love to find the fire because it's fun to watch the NPCs firefight. That took me forever to figure out. And it was like one of those AI packages I was super proud of because it looks really good if you catch them doing it. Like they actually will like run up to the fire, hit it with a few blasts of the fire extinguisher, and then they'll like backpedal from it. It looks really cool. But the fire might be in the basement. So what I wanted to show you guys in HQ here is kind of like what it's like to build in here. The fact that everything is a little bit simpler. We may run into problems with the fact that I have no supply agreements set up. So let's see what happens. Let's do some cleanup first. So let's see. First we need more facilities, energy. Let's see here. So it looks like we need to do a reassign because I can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're missing Mala right now. Right? Let me think of the math there. Yeah, we're missing Mala. It must be because we should have 6 people. So let's see what happens if we do manage here and reassign. No workers available. Yeah, so we gotta find where Mala went to. Now I don't know if this is this something that you guys have seen in the when you walk through? Because so there's always, this is what I mentioned about the cheat command. We have to like go. It has to go through its own like bug hunting process because depending on where you skip and when you skip to, you can run into different issues. But I'm curious, has anybody run into the issue lately with Mala not being added to the department? Where could she be? Because she is our source of cleaning energy. I mean, I can also, because here's, oh, Mansfield's got an extinguisher out. Oh, we can watch him. We can get him to, come on, fight the fire, buddy. Do it. There he goes. Oh, he took it out one shot. Nice work, bud.
Can I help you?
Good work. And then the smoldering ruins. And then that's supposed to, I haven't tested this in a while, but that's supposed to now turn into a cleanup job. And like now the facilities department should come and sweep that up. All right. And you can also help fight fires too. I think we have an extinguisher right in here.
Hey.
Yeah, here it is. So we can equip that and do some fire. Oh, but we're over encumbered now. And equip. There we go. Now we're ready. This is a, oh, we're gonna put some sound in there. This is a Nihur special. You know us. We love our non-weapon weapons. Okay. Well, now we're equipped and ready to fight more fires. All right. So we gotta find Mala still. Where is she? Oh, she was over by the door, wasn't she? Now there's, oh, you know what? This is one of those quality of life features that we were talking about for HQ 3.0 of like, we need a way to activate an NPC and put them in a department. That would be huge. Okay, so now we've got to come up with a solution here. How are we going to get you into, okay, well first let's test to make sure she is part of the place. Let's see here. Oops. All right, let's do some console foo, get linked ref, workshop, item keyword. No, Mala didn't even get added, so I want to put that on the bug list. Mala not added to HQ after skip. All right, let's see what you guys are saying about when you go through. Okay, didn't see anybody say one way or the other about Mala, so that's fine. All right, I want to see if I can do a little cheat command here to do just to get Mala back in, because otherwise, like, I'm trying to show you guys what you should expect from HQ, but obviously you run into a bug like this, it's going to derail you. Now we can still solve the problem by just sending settlers to fill it in, but by default, I just wanted to kind of walk you guys through like what to expect when things are working correctly. So I need a command here to force Mala in. What could I use? Don't make fun of my Notepad++ tabs. I love them. Let's see here. Maybe recruitment managers. Do I have a test command on? Let me think. Let's do this. Let's do add. Search all my Open files here. Let's see, add NPC to workshop. Will this work? This might work. We'll try it. Can't hurt. All right, what quest was that on? Let's see, that's on NPC Manager, which is part of Workshop Framework. All right, so we're gonna go, so first I need to figure out what is the ID of this place. So we'll do get link ref on this. Okay, there's the ID. So then we should be able to do call quest function. So if we, I think it's like this, add NPC to workshop. And the workshop is that, okay, oh, I gotta get Mala's ID. So then it would be 9047 D83 A01A118. That should work, right? Let's see. Let's try that. Okay, well, it did an error. Went up to 7. Went to facilities. There we go. Okay, that worked. Cool.
Medic required.
Okay, so generally, you should have 7 people when you start, Mala being one of them. And Mala has a high strength, so that the facilities will get a lot of energy. Yeah, there we go. So we got 19 energy. So you should be able to clean some of the rooms, and that's kind of the idea. Now, one of the things that I want to get in the 3.0 patch, I think a lot of people have been asked for, is some sort of way to show you guys like a key of what rooms have what thing in them. Because like one of your first objectives is build a living quarters, and it's like, well, which one of these can turn into a living quarters? And that was like the assumption when we're building this was like, oh, well, people will put out add-on packs like crazy and they'll make living quarters for everything. That didn't happen, and so we're left in the situation where you're just like trying to find a living quarters, which is a bummer, but it is what it is. And so we'll solve it with UI over time. But so basically you can come in here and you can just start cleaning rooms. So I want to find some of the ones that I know have living quarters in them. I think all of this is documented on the wiki. So if you are tired of searching for which ones are living quarters, because what happens is you go to clean the room and then it'll show you what the room can be used for. So then you can pick it. And if you don't want to pick it and you want to get your energy back, so like we're going to do that. So, and then if we instead had canceled it, all we have to do is exit back out, wait 10 seconds or so, and it'll give us back the energy we spent on it. And that way when we pop back in, we'll be able to give them a different task instead. So if I remember correctly, by default in easy mode, we should have the override timers on, which means that doing most actions in HQ takes roughly the same amount of time as it does for a plot to build. So it's real quick. So you can kind of just go to town on this and just experiment. So the idea was you would just be like figuring out what's going on in HQ by just poking around this menu and seeing what comes up as an option. Oh, cool. We can turn this bathroom into a living quarters. Let's go for it. Let's try the next one. We'll do, maybe we should turn one of these into an actual bathroom. Poor folks are gonna need to pee here. We could turn that into a laundry room. We could put Aiden in the women's bathroom, or we could build an actual bathroom. You know what? We got to put Aiden in there. That's hilarious. I didn't know that was an option. All right, this one maybe will be a real bathroom. Maybe now we'll get a real bathroom. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so then another, earlier we got a pop-up about the fire, and it said that fires and disasters can occur, the pop-ups I skipped past them, basically when your departments are overworked. And all of our departments or our engineering department is overworked because of our power down there. We're using more power than we're producing, because like one of our quest objectives right away is to build a power distribution room. Now another, talking HQ 3.0, since, that's going to be the point where we kind of polish up all the remaining issues that you guys have been reporting as far as like what are the usability problems. With HQ 3.0, I think we're going to make it so that instead of you having to build the power distribution room, it's going to auto build the same way we have like the what is it, this infirmary auto build when you're in the other cell. We'll have the power distribution room auto build, and then the quest objective will become to upgrade it. That way you don't have to be hunting for where the heck it is, because it's not obvious where it is. I think we put it in the, let me check, I think we put it in the quest objective maybe. No, build a power distribution room. Yeah, see, so there's like, you almost are forced to, oh, I think there's a quest objective if you follow the quest objective, it tells you what room. Let's see if that's the case. I'm gonna go down here and follow this quest objective, because I remember that being a, like, oh crap, we have no way to easily tell them without inventing some new mechanic. But I think it does, I think in the pop-up it explains it. But I know one of the problems we have with HQ is there's so many pop-ups that I think they become white noise to a lot of folks for their first experience, and they're just like, I don't want to read any more of this. Oops, I'm supposed to go to the basement. So that is one of those points where I think we could smooth out the quest a little bit by making it so that that room just built itself. So here's the power distribution room. Yeah, you can see the note in here, but I think, or the objective, but I think the problem and reason that doesn't help particularly is because if you haven't figured out this, or if it's too hard to see, that doesn't help. So when you go into clean, so if I go to clean the basement here, this little thing down at the bottom there is actually like a floor plan of GNN, of that floor, but it's really hard to see. And if you're not, and because it spins, it's almost disorienting. This is one of those things where it was going to be really awesome. It was based on like this idea of, and we have it in another place too. If you go to here, view HQ layout, our design idea was similar. This was based on the Metroid map in Metroid 64, because I have really fond memories of that game, even though that game actually made me physically ill. I remember their map was like this really cool 3D map. It didn't spin though, so like when we were conceptualizing it, of like, oh, it could be in the inventory and look like this, you know, it doesn't spin if we do this, if we rapidly click through, but then you don't have time to like see what you're clicking on to figure it out. So like you can see like the elevator shaft up there, so then you go here and be like, okay, it's the northwest entryway. So like you can come in here and figure out what it is, because that's where the objective is. And then you can exit, go back in and clean the northwest entryway. That was the idea. But that is not intuitive at all. So let's see here, northeast or northwest entryway. There it is. So like that was the ideal. And then those, I still love that system, the way it ended up hacking into the what's available for UI. I mean, one of the most challenging parts of HQ was how limiting the UI editing options are in Fallout 4. Like there's only so many different ways we have where the player can send interaction through without, you know, actual interaction in the game world. And so I like the way that works. Like I like the fact that the name, the building, or the names for the room kind of give you a sense of what they are, like either with cardinal direction or, you know, entryway or bathroom or whatever, and then they change into the type of room you selected. So I'm checking right now on HQ to see if it does have override timers is off. Interesting. So I'm gonna put this on my notes. Override timers I think should be on for easy mode by the default profile. So that's either a mistake in it. It could be one of those ones where like I did it wrong in my head, where I'm just like, override timers, oh, we want that off because we want timers off, when it's actually over. And that actually, maybe I should flip that around. Do you guys find that confusing? Should override timers, should that be renamed to be in the affirmative, to be like skip timers? So then it's like, okay, skip timers makes you think, yeah, I want that on, I want to or something like that. I don't know. Override timers, it could be one of those ones where I just did it wrong when I'm looking at it in the CK, where I have to choose a 1 or a 0. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is override timers clear enough what that's going to do? I mean, obviously down at the bottom it explains it, but is the name of that option clear enough? Clearly wasn't clear enough for me in development. So let's see. I'm going to put this in my notes. Override HQ timers is on for easy mode. That feels wrong. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna drop my pen. All right. So, with that in mind, so if it's it'll be fixed in if not the next patch, in 3.0 or when we do the next HQ overhaul. But for now, I will just sleep to pass the time. So originally the design of HQ with all these timers and everything was that if you just keep sending more people to HQ, you'll get to do more stuff every day, and then you were meant to go do other stuff. So it wasn't meant to be like a grind it out in one shot, because not only would that get boring of just hyping through those menus all at once, but it would then just make it feel like all you were supposed to do is stay here. So like part of this, and where we had the timers and everything, was because we're like, we don't want you to spend the next 30 hours of the game in that window, like in the, you know, the list of projects window in command mode, because it's not particularly engaging. So it was kind of like, okay, you start a few projects, go out to your settlements, get some people, and then by the time you come back, because of fast travel timers, that those projects would be finished, and you'd be ready to give more work not only to your new people, but also to the people that already are at HQ. And so it would become its own little gameplay loop of run out, recruit some more people, pop back in, give everybody some tasks, go back out. So that was the design of the timers. But I think, well, for streaming, it's not great to sit there and when I'm trying to show you guys stuff, the timers aren't great. But I think for like general the way most people play. I always thought the timers were a good way to discourage people from just trying to grind it all out. But in practice, I think most people are, when they first get there especially, are excited to get there. And then people's subsequent playthroughs, they don't want to wait anymore. They're just like, oh, I got an idea for what I want to, for what it's going to look like and what I want to focus on. So it ends up being one of those good on paper, awkward in practice situations. So that's why it's going to default to override for easy mode players. Oh, and we forgot to grab the recruitment clipboard, which is one of the, I think it explains it to you, the clipboard, during the How to HQ objectives. So when you go through How to HQ, and we get that, when we skipped, we got the tutorial complete pop-up. At that point, you get an objective to build living quarters, and then you'll get a follow-up one to recruit people. And that one that recruits people, the first objective marker is on a clipboard, but we're going to just add it with console. So we'll go help, recruit for WEP, player.add item A034D9A. There we go. And you basically just equip. Where's it at? Equip this thing. Another one of our fake weapons. It's not a real weapon. Although I really love this part.
Hey, good to see you again. I was hoping you'd show up.
No.
I should have listened to Mama Murphy all along. Pretty nice place she's found for us. I think we could
go away, Preston. No. He's pulling me into conversation. All right, let's see here. I'm curious what the percentage is now in this place. Oh, 70% population. Oh, they need more people. Well, they'll get them eventually. All right, so let's recruit some folks.
My back hurts. My feet hurt. Everything hurts.
Yeah, I understand.
Hi there. Would you be interested in coming to work for me?
So this was kind of the design of the loop. You go through, grab your best people. You could use the Vitamatic if you want to find out who your best people are. If you use the training plots, because the energy from your departments is all based on the stats of your people. So your generic settlers that are untrained are almost useless, and then your named characters are really great. So it was like, and a lot of this was intentionally left for people to discover. Like HQ was all meant to be the end game gameplay loop, where you just kind of just explore, so, try things out. And I know when we launched, unfortunately it was buggy and it wasn't clear, and so we got punished. But that's one of the reasons why I'm doing these big HQ updates, is because like I think the system's got it's like a good core idea. It just needs more. It needs to have like smoothed out gameplay and better introductions to it. And then I think that, I mean, that's part of why I'm doing this part of it today, is I wanted to show you guys like what the optimal play looks like with it. And I'm trying to find, there she is.
Remind me of myself.
I'm gonna recruit Mama Murphy and friends.
Always getting myself into trouble.
Come here.
Can I ask you something? Are you interested in coming to work for me?
She's got insane stats. I think she has like 20 strength or something. Let's see if I have the Vitamatic. I should. Actually, we need to start favoriting some of these because we got a lot of stuff to do. Oh, I had Jet and I didn't use it. Quester, you must be very happy. All right, let's go here. Let's see. What does Mama Murphy got going on? Oh yeah, 19 strength. No wonder she killed a Deathclaw. All right, let's put our recruitment clipboard back on. Where is Sturgis?
There he is. You can always use some more muscle around here. I know I might look like a bruiser, but I try to avoid violence myself.
Got a minute? What do you say? Want to work for me?
Doesn't even finish the sentence. Off he goes. All right, so then when we go back to HQ, instead of having 19 facilities energy, because everyone defaults to working at the facilities department, we should have like 30 now. Actually, strength is facilities, I believe. So Mama Murphy is a huge get. So she brings in 19 energy. So she doubles our energy all by herself. And then there are other interesting things you can do to add more energy. Like if you poke around the other departments, like the admin department can allow you to overwork your departments. So you can like jack up your energy even more. But yeah, you can see we're starting to trigger some of the cleaning things. And then after a room is clean, its build options will show up. So we'll start seeing some of the living quarters we can build here. And it looks like we're short on facilities energy, scrap logistics. Okay, this seems wrong too. I feel like maybe the HQ settings for the easy mode are not working. That would be, that's a good bug to find. Because that was like, we patched that in. Or maybe, did I patch it in? Does anybody remember, did I patch that in after we started the easy mode playthrough? That might be it. It might be that that patch happened after I'd already started this. And that would make a lot more sense than what I'm seeing right now. So it could be a matter of like when you started your playthrough. But I'll go check that to see. Why am I doing cheats? At some point recently, it was like one of the last couple of patches that we did a big overhaul of the default options that happen in HQ. So I wonder if that's the case. Why am I? Man, I'm forgetting about all my options. I've got MCM, the far superior holotape. Here we go. Gameplay. There we go. Let's go down HQ. Yeah, that's what I'm betting now because this feels all wrong. But I am going to check it anyway. So what we want to do is we're going to turn off this. Sure, they can do that. Sure. Override timers on. Yes, that's fine. Room construction. Sure, we'll turn those off. And we'll turn that off. So we're going to turn off everything there. So, so now we may have to pop in and out of workshop mode for it to accept those things. Okay, there we go. So now scrap logistics, we just immediately have infinite of it. Now, one of the reasons that we can't do anything yet, this is one of the points where I did, because I skipped out on everything, I am not able to access everything, is it didn't build caravan services anywhere, so I can't access the scrap. So all I would, if I go build, actually let's prove it. Let's go test and make sure that's working. As soon as I build a caravan services in like Starlight, it should have a bunch of junk built up because I've not been spending anything. So because of the way, I guess we could, I was just going to say, because of the way command mode works, that we weren't able to make things free, but that's not true. Because we could do the same trick we're doing for the engine, or like for the logistics energy, or the scrap logistics rather. We could do that same trick for scrap. Yeah, I'm thinking of now another thing for HQ 3.0 to make things even smoother. Is like make it so that everything could be free in there.
I came across some interesting documents. They talked about some old pre-war relay towers. Seems there's a whole bunch of them throughout the Commonwealth.
Projects.
I tried to connect to a few of them, but looks like over the past 2 centuries, they've all gone offline. Not surprising, really.
All right, don't mind me. I'm taking notes here. So I'm imagining now like an option, like a super easy mode option for HQ, where you flick it on, and then anytime you exit command mode, it'll just dump like 50,000 of every resource into the HQ workbench. And like that way you could just do all the projects for free. That could work. That could work. I'm writing this down. All right, I'm liking that. That feels good. I love options to like let you guys kind of build your own difficulty.
Anything I can do to help?
Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that. That was too nice to Jake.
Less strain on the array also frees up resources and workers that we can then assign elsewhere to improve the HQ.
Sure. I got time to help out.
Great. This isn't a priority or anything, but it will help us out a lot. So whenever you got the time. Alright, that was all. I'll see you later.
Okay, now I need to bring that pop-up back up because it felt like that was the pop-up you get at the end. I'm very confused what that said. So we have I'm trying to remember where it is. We have a tool where you can actually look at, oh, I remember where it is now. Excuse me. We have a tool where you can look at those pop-ups again. This is actually something, this is another one on my wish list to get to you guys as a quality of life thing, is a way to do this same thing with, there it was right at the top. Tutorial message history. Now we exit, here we go. What I would like to do is have a similar system to this for the unlocks, so you could go back and view them. I think that would be really helpful. All right, let's see here. Wait, why? Whoops. I want to go previous. I think I have it set up to loop back, but maybe that's broken. What does this one do? There we go. Comm array antenna power usage. Activating the relay towers through the Commonwealth. Reduce comm array. Oh, okay. It's just giving you a note to like encourage you to go do it and also explain some of the power engineering stuff. That's what that note was. Okay, cool. So we can exit out of here. It doesn't have a name field set though. I should put that on my bug list. Little tiny bug, but that's a bug just the same. comma ray. Pop up. Missing. Name field. Okay. So, now we, I think I've shown you guys kind of everything I wanted to with, like, if you guys want to know more about the different things that can happen in HQ, like all the different projects and stuff, feel free to ask in chat. I can pop back over there and show you guys any of that stuff, because it's really easy to do now that once we get this. But I'll build up the caravan services so that we can go back there and do projects. But my other playthrough has shown pretty in-depth all the different systems in there. I think the only thing I didn't really get to was the jobs for the different people, but I'm trying to remember if that's going to be in the same boat as this. Yeah, it'll be worth exploring. We can go keep exploring it. I would love to make sure that everything's working. Really, is what I'm thinking, because that's one of the reasons for this stream got started. I was figuring I would find a lot of bugs that I would then have a save that would be perfect to fix them from. All right, so let's get caravan services going here. Find somebody, and let's see how much scrap we have here too. All right, we have so much extra food here. You guys are feeding the whole Commonwealth. All right, where's a... There we go. All right, assign to you. All right, let's pop out, pop back in, see if we can get the HUD to show up. You can do it, HUD. Come on.
Sure.
Oh my God, did I fall behind on chat? Holy cow. I was talking too much. That's my punishment. Actually, this is a lot easier to... I'm glad I did this pop-out. So I dedicated a whole window to the chat now. So it's a lot wider. So this is like way less intimidating than usual when I fall behind. Choo-Choo-1, any chance that in-game HQ design will come out before Chapter 3? Very, very unlikely. That's a big old project that will suck me down a rabbit hole. So I think that would be a post C3 focus. I think it depends. It'll be like one of those... like when we're, because some of the HQ overhaul we have to do for the 3.0 patch just because we need to make sure that people can get through the last few quests of Chapter 2 quicker, so that there's a smooth transition between Chapter 2 and 3 that doesn't require people having to do the full, especially folks who don't know about all these options I'm just showing you guys now to make HQ super fast. And even if you have all those options, it's not super fast. Like it just makes it so you don't have to figure things out. Like you don't have to spend a lot of time with mechanics. You can just kind of power right through it, but it will still take a while. So we need a way for people to skip past that who aren't interested in doing it or are on subsequent playthroughs. And so if it comes out while I'm doing that, I'll be keeping an eye on it, on the idea of this. And what Choo-Choo is referring to is I had a like a feedback meeting with a lot of people who do the city plan contest, and we talked about the fact that I would love one day to give them the power to design HQ rooms, because it's, kind of a settlement. And it would be really cool to see what they could do in there. And then we talked about how it wouldn't be that much of a stretch, because HQ actually uses layouts. And since to set up their city plans, they have to export their settlement designs as layouts, it's not that big a stretch to be able to rig up a method for generating those layouts for city plan or for HQ rooms right from in-game. Like that kind of seems feasible. There'd be just some things I got to figure out, and so yeah, I would say it's unlikely, but it might turn out to be. It's a lot easier than I think. Okay, so we got caravan services set up. I was trying to get the HUD to show up. I don't know why it won't show up. I'm gonna go pop over to another settlement and see if my HUD is just stuck, if like HUD framework is just locked up, or if it was just something funky with Starlight. Sean, skipping ahead, will that mess up Vault 88 Vanilla Quest? It shouldn't. I mean, it's none of our stuff touches the Vanilla Quest. The only exception to that is if you do, or is the very first quest in SS2, depending if you do things in a different order. Like, for example, if you go into the museum.
What?
To help like Preston and company and kill the raiders in there, and you don't talk to Preston, then you walk back out. That's the only time we mess with a vanilla quest, because we have an alternate system set up so where you can avoid talking to Preston, kill all the raiders in there, still have the death claw scene trigger, and then when you go back in later, Preston will acknowledge that that's what you did, and that's the only time that we mess with a vanilla quest. Otherwise, we leave them alone. So there it goes. So there's the HUD showing up. I guess we'll build a caravan services here as well. We'll just build. There's some room out here we can build. Because I really want to just see how much junk we're going to have, and I want to confirm that that's what shows up as available at HQ, because that's one of the changes we made with some of those options that we added in a patch to HQ for easy mode, was to make it so that you didn't have to worry about supply lines. You could just instantly get access to all the junk, just like a settlement does. Or, I'm sorry, not supply lines, the supply agreements. All right, we'll see if we have any people. Looks like we do need some jobs, so... Oh, no, we don't. That's a cleanliness meter I was looking at, so we'll just grab a person here. Marcy, you are now going to work as caravan services. Got a healthy amount of water here. Okay, did that work? All right, just gotta be patient. There it goes. All right, while that's going, let's read through some more stuff I missed. El Chirulu, are you looking forward to Skyblivion? I am. I was really bummed. Like that, I feel like that trailer, it was super cool trailer, but kind of a clickbait title that it's the release date trailer, because 2025 is not a real release date. Like, so many things could happen during that amount of time that they might have to delay that. Yeah, the title being like a date announcement. It's like, I just can't imagine how anybody would be able to plan out 2 years on a project of that scale. Like, to say that you'll have it done in 2 years. Like, AAA studios have trouble picking a year. So, I don't want to knock them. It was a great trailer. We said, oh, you know what I said? Somebody should call me out. No, that's pessimism. We said it's a no pessimism stream. So yes, I'm very much looking forward to Skyblivion, because I never played Oblivion proper. I've told this story before, but when Oblivion came out, I was deep in a World of Warcraft addiction. So I was in a guild, and I think at that time I wasn't in a guild that was raiding. So I took a break and played Oblivion for a while, but not long at all. Like, maybe got to level 10 or 12 or something, and then just got sucked in just for guild stuff, and then kept going. And then I think shortly after that, then we did get into raiding, and we started merging with other guilds and got into that whole thing. And that was like, I think Oblivion came out within the first like 2 years of when WoW came out. So I was fully hooked. And so I didn't play a lot of any games during that period. All right, so we should get the HUD to update here to show all of the scrap across Starlight, and let's see, do those connect? Let's see here. Oh no, I can't view the commands. They should connect. Those are definitely close enough to connect. So let's see if we can get the HUD to update. But yeah, looking forward to Skyblivion, because I went back to try and play Oblivion a few years ago, and the gameplay just feels so clunky compared to Skyrim that I was like, nope, gotta wait for Skyblivion now. Can't do it. All right, this is still not connecting for some reason. Or it might be connecting and I can't. It's just not showing up. So normally when the caravan services are working, oh, I can check on the plot thing. You'll see up at the top there, instead of saying resources, it'll say caravan network. Oh, this must be some nav mesh up on that roof. Oh no, that's why. She built a water. Did I not select caravan services, or did I and she just built something else because it's Marcy? And of course she did. You guys are probably saying this in the chat already, that I built the wrong thing. I may have just not selected it, and I've just been like, well, why would they build anything else? I think that's what happened. Computer say no. Going dark means no live streams as well. No, that's what I'll make an exception for that. I think I will still do live streaming during the going dark phase between the end of patches and the 3.0 patch. I shouldn't say the end of patches. The end of 2.x patches, and when Chapter 3 releases, I won't go completely dark. I'll still do live streams. I'll still do news videos. I'll still do the Patreon dev updates, like that kind of stuff. But it'll just be patches will stop, because patches take up a significant amount of my time every week to just try and get, because some of these bugs are really hard, like just a lot of hours to fix things that seem pretty simple on the surface. We do, going back to the patch stuff, we're probably going to have a hot fix soon, because CBR Gamer has been working on the resource code, and I'm trying to figure out why the construction scaffolding wasn't appearing. CBR Gamer has been working on the resource code. We did a big overhaul of it in 2.30, and that had some bugs. And the code's way faster, which is what we need. There's a few systems in SS2 that need the code pretty overhauled, and that's one of them. And he's got some more bug fixes for it. And because so far in my editing, I haven't messed with the quest that manages the resource, so I'll be able to merge his changes into the live code without having to do any. I'm trying to avoid technical terms, but for those of you who are technical, I basically don't want to have to fork the code base right now, because I'm in the middle of some stuff. But if I can just merge his changes safely into my code base and the live code base, then I don't have to go through and mess with it, because it'll be like one file in each of us that are, or in each fork. I said fork, branch is what I mean. The Git terms are confusing me. In each branch right now, that file would be the same. So I'll be able to hotfix that and get some more resource fixes out to you guys. So that's definitely coming. Whether or not other patches come, it's up to debate still. All right, now we can test if Caravan services come. There it goes. Caravan network working like a charm. Okay, so now we've got 5,000 resources. So we should pop over to HQ again. And now we should have, if all those settings are working as advertised, we should have that 5,000 something scrap available in command mode. So much for showing easy mode when I forgot that. I'm really hoping that it is that you guys aren't experiencing this if you started a new save after that patch. Let me see what patch that was. What patch did I add in easy mode, or the HQ easy mode options? Let's see, easy mode. So it looks like that was on the 16th of December. So yeah, that was definitely after I started this playthrough. So yep, that's why. So you got anybody who started their save after December 16th, if you started on the automated rules when you got the pop-up, you shouldn't have to set these options manually like I did. All right, so if we pop in here and we go to, so there's our 5,000 some resources. We go to facilities, we go to construction, and we should just start being able to build any of these that we have enough energy for. So let's see. So we could build this relaxation area. Let's see. Can we build some? Can we build Aiden's office in the bathroom? That's what we need to know. Yes, we can. All right. Let's get him. There we go. Give Aiden's nice office. Let's see. I guess we could build some exterior defenses here. What else can we build? Admin jobs. All right, it's all the rooftop stuff you can just build automatically. And that was because the cleaning, like, we can't really do cleaning out there because there's a whole lot of pre-combines. So it was just like, all right, we'll have to build around whatever's there. Mid-sized living quarters for 2. Yeah, we should probably do some living quarters in here. See if there's any with 4 workers. Oh yeah, see, so this was another design idea, which was good. Again, good on paper, but in like practice, it's like, I think it is irritating. It's like, why is there this 2 when there's the 4? And the idea originally was like, oh, well, at first you would only have enough energy to build the one for 2, and then you would later build the ones for 4 when you had more people. But I think in practice, it's like these either should be locked until after you build so many, or they should just be cheaper so you can build them right away. Because like otherwise what's going to end up happening is, I think what most of you probably end up doing is you build this one for 2, and then as soon as you have enough people in here, you just go exchange it for the ones for 4. So then it just feels dumb. And that was like, again, some of our gameplay ideas on paper, once put into practice, less good. But for now, we'll just build it. I'm really excited to see Aiden's office in the women's restroom. Oh, we're talking about you, buddy. Here comes your office. I can see it getting built. Oh, is it finished already? Very nice. That's an appropriate door for Aiden. Here we go. That feels like something Aiden would do. He'd get mad at something and just jam a screwdriver in it. All right, and then this is where the security department desk comes into play. Now, I think, if I recall correctly, we added a security department desk also in the meeting room because we wanted to make sure that right off the bat, like just going through the tutorials, you would get access to one of the desks. So I'm going to go show these desks. I don't think everybody is aware of these. Oh, was that Sturgis? Hey, bud. So we put, like, there's the admin desk, and then here is yet another copy of the security desk. And this lets you do a couple of things. One, you can change who the department head is, and there's currently no reason to do that, but we do have planned in the future. We're going to add a department head system similar to the city leaders, where there's different perks for having different leaders, so then you would have a reason to want to have different people in that position. And then you can assign employees. This is how we might have been able to get Mala back if she was assigned to the HQ, but she wasn't even assigned to it. That's why she didn't show up in our initial thing. But you could use this, and this is the same thing as going to the assign people in command mode. Manage projects. This can also be accessed through that menu. I think the unique features here are the assign and dismiss leader and the help department. And help department brings up this to where you can track down different disasters. So if you want to go get involved with them yourself, so like we can go track this disaster. Oops. Exit menu, and then we should get a quest objective on wherever the heck the fire is. Nope, that's fire support, not what we're looking for. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, I wonder if it got cleaned up immediately, like right as we did that. Yeah, I think because the quest hides itself whenever it's done. So I think we started that up, and then as soon as we exited out of the menu, they finished so the departments are set up to automatically deal with the disasters. So, and basically what it does is it uses up some of their energy for a time, and when you have the override timers on, it'll just use up their energy for a few seconds at a time. So again, it makes it so that when you're playing kind of in easy mode, you can ignore most of those mechanics. You don't have to mess around with the disasters. The departments will take care of them very quickly, and it won't become a problem.
What's up?
Let's see here. So we could build some more living quarters here. So yeah, I would bet, like, for example, we're not getting all our facilities energy back. My bet is that's because they're doing the projects to take care of the fires. So like first they would use some energy to take care of the fire, then they use some energy to clean up the ashes. It could be that there's some other disasters that are triggering in the background. They don't all pop up on your screen because we thought that would be really annoying if you're like running around the Commonwealth and you're just constantly getting these HQ disaster notifications. That it would have been really frustrating. So it only happens if you actually hit help department and track them manually. But anyway, I'm gonna go to chat mode now. I think this is a good point to stop and let you guys ask me what you want to see or to talk about. So this is the part of the stream where I'm just going to ignore. Oh, I see I missed a super chat. Apologies for that. I'm like scrolled way up. I'm going to keep going back through old chat, but if you want to ask me a question at King Gav, I'm not going to be focusing on the game much unless it's to show you guys something in particular. So first, let's find that super chat. Chris B, thank you for the donation. Fun bug. Started using city plans before Jake's second plot intro quest. Built 7 to 8 settlements with 1 box and 24 loose ASAMs. That's yeah, that is kind of a, I don't know if it's really a bug. That's like I'd call that an exploit. A fun exploit, so we probably won't fix it. So you found an exploit. All right, let's scroll back up. Let's catch the questions I missed. All right, where did it go? Here we go. Let's see, Sean. Delay as long as it takes to make sure it's 100% bug free. 100% will not break other things. You rock. I mean, that's impossible. There's no way we're gonna have 100% bug free release of anything. But if Bethesda can't do it on their own engine, we certainly can't. But we want it to be mostly there for sure. We want to get it like where you can comfortably play through the main quest with you know, I'm okay if we have to have workarounds where it's just like, you know, this guy, you have to walk up to him, talk to him, and then pull back and go back to him. You know, like little stupid stuff like that people kind of figure out as workarounds for dumb issues. Or like, oh no, if this guy gets stuck in the conversation, you fast travel away, come back. Like that, I'd be okay with those kind of bugs. But yeah, we want the play through the story to go off without a hitch as much as possible. It's tough though, because like it's really hard to objectively test your own things. And we have testers on the team, but not that many. So like the number of testers versus the amount of content we have is the scale's not good. And like we try to bring on more testers all the time, and there's just not a lot of, either people get burned out on it, or they're not good at it, or they don't commit to it. And so like having good testers is very difficult. We've got a few that are phenomenal, but there's only a few of them. So there will be some bugs. I'm okay with that. We'll get it much better than we have in the past releases is the hope. Darren H, have you tried the Skyblivion team's creation? No, I didn't know. What do you mean by that? Did they make something for Creation Club? Or are you talking about something else? Oh no, this is an intervention. You need to close some of those tabs, KG. You know, it's funny. I have, when I was thinking about New Year's resolutions for the year, one of them was find an IDE I love, because I've been so stubborn about it for far too long. I mean, I've been coding for forever. Like the first time I picked up coding, it's gotta be 25 years I've been coding, and I still keep going back to non-IDE solutions, which is absurd. You know, my irritants with them, I'm sure there are options I can turn off. Like I always get irritated by autocomplete code or suggestion pop-ups, and it's like, I'm sure I can turn that stuff off. There's got to be enough good stuff and enough other people who are irritated with it that I should just find one I like and use it. But I'm getting into that I wouldn't say the old man phase, but of the like it's difficult for me to accept being a novice again at things. Like I like being good at things, and so starting over in an IDE is going to make me feel like a novice for a little while, even though in reality, you know, it's probably only going to take a couple of days to get used to it. So that was on my chart. It didn't make the cut because I have a couple other things that I'm tackling that are more important for my life. But yeah, that was almost there. I almost self-intervened on my tabs. Quester, do you ever turn off your PC, or how long does it take you to get all those Notepad quests? Well, Notepad++ remembers what you had open, but no, I don't turn off my PC. I just let it go into low power mode or whatever when I walk away. Rename it to Faster Timers. I was thinking of the override. Yeah, that could be a good rename for it. Too large pepperoni. Not gonna lie, I didn't know what override timers was until your stream. Okay. So yeah, maybe renaming it to not have timers in it at all, maybe would be a good way to go. It would be something like Faster HQ Projects or something like that. Maybe that would be a better name for it. And change the description as well, Villain's suggesting.
Regarding the skylights.
Yeah, I think flipping it does make more sense. Like you generally, I think if like, that might be a good thing to do across the board of like, if we went through the options system and did it always like on is always easy or off is always easy and on is always harder, you know, something like that where we like kept it consistent. But the fact that we flip flop and like some things it's like on, you want them on, some things you want them off, makes it a little harder to like quickly go through and just change the settings, which is why we had the easy profiles. But I think that could help people who are like at level 2 of customization. They're like, okay, I tried the profiles, now I want to tinker a little bit. And it can be overwhelming to look at the number of options you have. Would it be possible to show Settler Special in the HUD overlay? I mean, yes, it would be possible. The problem is how slow it is. So like we have this, let me see if it shows, I'm pretty sure it shows up in HQ. This is actually, I think it might be one of those things that I have to finish doing still in HQ now that I think about it. Let me find a person. So when you activate somebody.
Welcome back. That was all.
Okay, no, it's not showing up here. Maybe it'll happen when I do it in workshop mode. Oh, we maybe have it disabled in HQ, but there's a little pop-up that will come up off on the left when you activate NPCs in your settlements, and that has some. It'll show like a little icon for their job and whether or not they have a house. I think we must have it disabled in HQ, but oh no, there it goes. Okay, we do have the department. I was gonna say, do we have the departments there? So like technically there we could display the special stats. And maybe that would be worth doing because it wouldn't take up a ton of room on there. There's like enough room on it. Or if it would just said like, you know, down the left side special and then had their stats, that could be interesting. Maybe as an option because I don't like our, like when we go into our HUDs, I like them clean. Like for example, in HQ, that's why by default, most of the information is hidden. You have to like the supply usage you guys have seen when I activate the full mode of it, there's a ton of data there and it's a lot. Or like when you're, you know, you go into command mode and then it shows all those numbers, but when you leave, it's all hidden. Is like I try to keep our HUDs from taking over the whole screen. So maybe the special stats could be just like an extra option so that you don't have to open the Vitomatic every time, because I know that is a little bit cumbersome. So yeah, that's not a bad idea for a quality of life improvement. Too large pepperoni. Mama Murphy is always unassignable to me. Not tried with HQ yet. Just does nothing in Sanctuary. She's a freeloader, unable to work plots, even when she is cured of chems. I think it's like, I think there's a period in the very early game where you can control her, and then after you start doing her quests, then you lose control of her. I think once you build her chair, you can't control her anymore. Pretty sure that's how it works. Somebody else would probably know better, who's played even more of the game than me. Heiner Dettel, could you add milk for strong in the Nuka-Cola machine? Somebody else was doing, I think Captain Laserbeam's HQ add-on has some alternate drinks available in some of the vending machines, because I rewrote this. I tinkered the script a little bit for him so that he could do other things, because the script, I think you're talking about the vending machine that you can get to appear right here, like the fixed one. Oh, I still have that bug to fix. That light needs to be shifted upward. All right, going back through here, but yeah, we actually have a script for faux vending machines, and I modified it in one of the patches recently so that it could be used for any type of beverage for people who want to use it that way. Chichi1, more Beth School live streams planned for the near future. Yeah, I'll definitely. I think that one went well enough, and it was really cool to see somebody released an HQ add-on immediately that next morning. That was really inspiring to see. So yeah, and I have reason to do it for like, because it'll force me to document. So yeah, we might actually do one next week. Give myself a little break before I get into hardcore mode. Oh yeah, we were supposed to talk about hardcore mode. All right, we'll shift the conversation that direction. We got to talk about what it's going to look like for King Gath in hard mode. Maybe we'll go start the save right now and we can talk it through. That's not a bad idea. Let me catch up to chat and then we'll see if that's a good idea. We could go make the character, start tinkering with the options. Like we'll grab the holotape, flip it to hard mode, and then like look at the different settings. Also, the debate, I think I've said I don't want to play in survival mode because I don't enjoy. I hate being in. I want to never ever be in the Pip-Boy. That would be the ideal scenario for me in this game. If we could find a way to get rid of the Pip-Boy, that would be awesome. And I'm not talking about changing it to the Pip-Bat or something, but I just don't like being in these like long giant menus of stuff, which is actually funny enough. That's one of the reasons that I'm so bummed that command mode was the best we had available for an interface, because like this is not, this is similar to, it's a little small, it's not quite as bad, but it's similar to the way the Pip-Boy makes me feel, of like you just got a long list of options to click on, and I don't know what I would want instead. I don't like any inventory system, like, let's be honest. So, but has anyone seen, what's everybody's, okay, but we're going to sidetrack here because this will be an interesting conversation. What is everyone's favorite inventory system in a game? Like, there's got to be some good ones out there. I just, I find, like, I think the ones that I prefer are the ones that you can only carry a little bit of stuff. Even though I love the fact that you can carry a ton of stuff, like this in Bethesda games, the side effect is that, well, then you got to manage all that stuff. Because I remember, like, I don't remember hating like Diablo 2's inventory system. Like, even though that was probably before, I think back in Diablo 2, did we even have like an auto sort? Didn't you have to manually sort everything? But the inventory was never big enough to be a problem. You had like, your Herodric Cube inventory space, and then like the area around it, and that wasn't that big a deal to organize. Maybe I'm remembering that incorrectly though. My old game memory is a little fuzzy. Hell, I can't. My Fallout 4 memory is fuzzy. When Jason asked me about the bug, my favorite bug, and I couldn't think of anything, just went blank. So I actually have a weird memory issue like that. A lot of times when people put me on the spot for something, that's like usually it's inane stuff. Like if it's something important, I usually can come up to an answer. But stuff like here's an example of it. I was once at a variety show. It was like a theater show where they do, it'll be like a mix of like singers and little plays and like magicians and stuff, just a variety of stage acts. And a magician came on and picked me out of the crowd to engage with. And he, what's your name, yada yada, where you're here from, and then it's like, okay, do me a favor, I want you to name a movie. And then I just went blank. I literally couldn't think of any movies. Like no movie names would come to my head. And like I sat there and he's like, come on, any movie, you've seen movies, right? And it was, everybody got a good kick out of it, but it was just, it was so weird. And then finally, the movie that popped into my head was a movie that wasn't even out yet. It was, so I could actually figure out the year from this. So this was before the original Avengers came out, the superhero one, not the Avengers that came out before that. And then when I said Avengers, and then he made a comment about that movie. Who was in that old movie that was called Avengers? Was that Uma Thurman in that? Not Marvel Avengers. There was a movie with the name Avengers before Marvel. So this was probably back in 2012, because I'd probably seen the trailer for Avengers recently, and that's why that movie came back to my head. And I just couldn't think of any movie. And then the first movie I come up with is the one that I saw a trailer for. So I have like a weird memory with some stuff. It's like I can only access it if people ask me for specific things. If I get asked like a broad question, I just go blank. Not a good trait for interviewing, I'll tell you what. Makes job interviews are I have to like study for them because otherwise I'll have nothing like ready to go. And then of course, like searching Avengers. Oh, here we go. No, that's not it. That's like an old TV show. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? There was a movie that came out in like maybe early 2000s, maybe the 90s, called Avengers. Let me scroll up to chat here to see if anybody has my back. And with Thurman and Ralph Fiennes. Yeah, you're right. There it is. Okay. So that was then he made a crack about that. Like, wow, digging deep into the catalog. I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, so that's how where my memory fails. So keep that in mind next time, Jason. If you got to ask me more specific questions or you'll cause me to go blank. Let's see here. Going back through more questions. Marcy will built a water plot to spite you. Yeah. Let's see. Darth Womp. Was it intended after I cleaned a room, even if I couldn't use the workshop interface to build that room up, i.e. the library, that I could still have it constructed from the room panel? Yes. So the idea was that you would select, when you do the cleaning and you select the room purpose, what that actually is doing is it's telling the so the way this works, so command mode obviously is just HQ, is we just hijacked workshop mode and called it something different. And the way this works is all of the items that you have showing up have to be conditioned. So we needed something to condition the construction to keep it from being overwhelming. Because if you imagine, so right now out of the box, there's one design for most rooms, and then a handful of them have 2 or 3. But imagine if the add-on pack scene had taken off and instead there were hundreds of room designs by now, that every time you open this menu, it would be a nightmare to look at. So what we did instead was we had it filter out which construction options show up based on the room purposes you select. But when you go to an individual room, so if I go to here, it can show me all of the options that would fit in that space. So it's kind of like the goal was like when we were discussing how HQ should work, it was like people should be able to just spam all of these projects and it should eventually make them a nice HQ. That was the original design goal of like, okay, some people, like we knew from the beginning, some people are going to see this and be like, nope, like not interested. And then, so we wanted them to be able to just spam it. Or people who even did like it at first would just start to get like you know, it's like, it's getting kind of samey. So I'm just going to come here, use all my energy on whatever projects and walk away. And like, we wanted that to work. And so like the best way we found was to filter it, but we also wanted people who want to customize to be able to just walk up to the rooms, particularly like later in the game and later after the add-on scene had matured, to be able to just come in here and install whatever they wanted that they downloaded. So yeah, that is by design. Sean, your security takes shifts, one sleeps, one on duty. If you're talking about security in HQ, so the AI packages for HQ are a little wonky right now. So we have it set up to, it's like every 30 people, I think you get a new shift starts. So when you just have less than 30, everybody works during the day, sleeps at night. Then once you get past 30, it splits your HQ population in half, and this is all done invisibly. And then half of them will work during like 8 to 4, and then the other half will work like 4 to whatever the math is on the rest of the clock, to add in, 8 hours from there. So 4, 6, so 4 to 10. And then once you get to 60 people, then the third shift starts, and that's like 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. And then so then you have basically around the clock coverage, but I don't think right now we divide it up by department, because there's no guarantee that anybody would have certain numbers in any department, because like it's up to you how to divide your department. But we do have shifts available in the thing, but the AI is pretty sketchy. I used to have it working really good. I remember I posted a video when we were developing HQ of how proud I was of this AI and watching the NPCs like walk and clean and then go off and do something else, and it was working great. And then at certain points during development, like the HQ changed so dramatically that the AI packages quit working reliably, and I have not had a chance to go redesign them, because working with the AI packages is really challenging. Sonicville, download new mega pack, select it all, mainly to have chip 2, and on start, title screen came on, but was loading and loading and loading. 30 minutes later, just shut it down. Any advice? That means you're at the script data limit. So you have 2 options. Well, first of all, I would ask Sonic, are you on PC? I think you are. If you're using F4SE, go grab Baka Scrap Heap. It's a mod available on Nexus, and it will let you have basically unlimited. It looks like somebody already suggested that. Go grab Baka Scrap Heap. And alternatively, if you don't want to use F4SE, or if you already have it and that's still happening, you just need to disable some number of the plans. Sehoi, what are your thoughts on Starfield delay speculation? My thoughts are, like, knowing how Bethesda operates, and the fact that they've got a lot riding on this, because not only is this meant to be, the sales driver of Xbox, because they've so far have not really had a hit. They haven't, like, it was supposed to be Halo, and that came with a bunch of problems and controversy, and and then they keep having to delay all their other games. They just haven't had like a big system seller. Oops, dropped my controller. They haven't really had a big system seller, so Starfield is kind of meant to be it. And then Bethesda's coming off of the backs of 76, which was one of the most panned games in my memory, period. Like, I've not seen, for a company that I follow, like, I'm sure there have been other companies who released games who got trashed, but for a company that I follow a lot, like, that was like of all the companies I follow, I haven't seen a game come under quite so much scrutiny as that one. And so Bethesda needs to like re-earn their reputation. So I think that they will push it back as much as they need. And I know they don't operate quickly. They're a huge company. And building these games is hard. So I'm predicting a delay till the holidays. But that's kind of personal hope, because if they delay, it means we get more features at launch of Chapter 3. But yeah, it's really hard to say, but that's my thoughts. So yes, my thoughts are I don't know what's going to happen, but my thoughts are they're going to delay. Could be wrong. It doesn't matter if I'm wrong. I hope I am, or I hope I'm right. Choo-choo one, obligatory nukes when question. I don't know, but I want them. I will continue to say that every time anybody asks. I want Fallout 76, a Fallout 76 like nuke in Fallout 4. I don't want you to have to work so hard for it either. I don't want you to have to like spend to go through like a really nasty dungeon to do it. I want people to just be able to like throw money at a plot and have a nuke fire out of it. That's my dream. Nick Carter, when you play Warcraft 3 on Twitch, will you play classic or reforged version? Yeah, if I do that. What Nick's talking about is last stream I mentioned that one of the things I was considering was because one of the one of my New Year's resolutions was to not be so hard on myself for taking time off, because I have a lot of trouble not working. Like it's really hard for me to sit and to not do something productive. And so like one of the ways I thought I could make myself do that and enjoy it and kind of like backdoor feel like it's not really working, but it's like if I'm doing some sort of stream, and even if not even for the money factor of the work, but of just like, because I'm engaging with people in a community that has it's not productive, but it feels less, I don't know what the phrase is. Like, you know, playing video games to me by myself feels very, very like, it's all about me. It's all like, and like, I don't know, but something about like doing streaming almost makes it feel like I'm playing with other people. And then like, obviously socializing is great, but this is not real socializing, right? Because I'm just talking to myself here. So yeah, anyway, going off on tangents. If I talked about last week of maybe doing like a Twitch stream on the weekends sometimes and playing my favorite old games, and Warcraft 3 was one of them. I have heard a lot of bad things about Reforged, but maybe they've fixed it since then, because I could figure out how to get Classic working. Reforged looked really beautiful in the early videos I saw of it, but I never played it, and I remember it was controversial for some reason. People didn't like it, so I don't know why that was. If anybody know why people hated that? Is it worth playing now if they fixed it? Henry Dental, not sure if this is the correct forum. How should I handle Vault 88? I'm up to 90 settlers since I didn't know how the mod worked. Well, if you can still get in there, I'd say start shipping those people all over the place. People who end up with like crazy number of settlers, I'm always curious. So what I think is happening there's a bug in Fallout 4. There's a couple of weird bugs. I'm sure you've all seen this one where you go into the data and go to workshops and you hover over one of your settlements and it says you have 4,000 something beds. What that actually means is it's reporting as a negative bed, and I'm curious if maybe I wonder if maybe the code that we have for the communications system. So we have that communications plot, and one of its features is that it ties your recruitment to the number of beds you have. And I wonder if maybe there's just like an oversight in the code where it's counting negative beds as positive or something, or it's counting negative. Because a lot of times in my code, I like to do a trick where it's like, if less than 0, that means we're trying to do some sort of hack where we want it to go to mean, you know, some other thing. And maybe for that's why people are getting that. But that, I mean, you getting 90, if you don't have 90 beds, that sounds like a bug. But the solution right now would be, if you can get in there, to just go start sending those people around and then go find your communications plot and scrap it. Oscar Fry, so I just had a fun idea for Chapter 3. You guys should add the cut Minuteman called Ben Gibson back to FO24 and make him like a leader of MM Vets and Power Armor to be shock trooper for the war. Now, I've never heard of Ben Gibson. But the Chapter 3 story is already well written. I think the only section that hasn't been written yet is the tutorial sections for the new mechanics, because we learned our lesson with writing those before the systems were done. It was a bad idea. So now we delayed that writing till the end of development. So let's see. Faster HQ project sounds good. I need people to explain tech stuff to me like I'm 5. I think that's most folks. I think even when I hear about new tech, I kind of like, if people get too techy in their explanations, my eyes glaze over too. And I have the capability of, or like I shouldn't say I have the capability. Everyone has capability. I have the background where I should understand it all, and I don't love it either. Computer say no. Yeah, that pop-up was what I mean. Now I've forgotten what the pop-up is. Sorry, too old a question. It's one of the downsides of me falling behind on chat. Let's see here. So I don't have any questions this week. I just want to thank you and the team for being awesome. Well, thank you for being awesome by trying to make our day. That's great. What are you, Yogi? What were you saying? I've never seen that come up that fast, even on a fresh save that's not even built any plots yet. I'm curious what happened. Are you talking maybe the fires? Or what you're talking about? 2 large pepperoni, hard mode, no jet allowed. Oh, that is extreme hard mode. Oh yeah, I'm almost caught up, so we can go into the hard mode conversation. Computers say no. Quick Boy was a great addition to 76. I want it for Fallout 4. What does Quick Boy do? I don't remember that one. Your next playthrough should be easy, medium, hard in that order for each chapter. Oh, like crank up the difficulty on the enemies. Metro Exodus. I love the game. Don't pull you in menus too much, but do stuff immersive. I still haven't played Exodus. I loved the first 2 Metros though. They were so good. I think I have a copy of Exodus. I think I either bought it for the old not the latest Xbox, but the one before it. I decided that I'm done with the chasing consoles. Like, I'm only gonna buy a console now if I specifically want to play a new piece of hardware. Like, if Nintendo comes out with, like, I love the Switch because it has a very unique piece of hardware. PlayStation 5, if they had them readily available when it came out, I would have bought one because I hear the controller is next level. Like, some of the features they have in there for the force feedback and stuff, and the way the triggers work, I'm told is just game changing. And so, like, if the whole industry adopts it, it'll be really sweet. So, like, but they haven't been in stock ever, and now I'm just like, well, now I don't want to drop, what is it, $550 or whatever. Like, I don't want to spend that much money on a console. So I used to keep up with all the consoles, and so I have a lot of, like, I still have a Wii U on my shelf behind me. I actually played it the other day with my kid. I was showing him Mario Galaxy, because when Wii U came out, I stupidly got rid of my Wii because it sounded like, oh, I don't need this. All the controllers are compatible, not knowing that Wii U was going to be a big hunk of junk. Anyway, I have a copy of Exodus, I think, on Xbox, but I haven't played it yet. Wheel in Love, Fall UI with Meters Complex Item Sorter. Oh, so the Fall UI is pretty good. I mean, I'd have to check that, but I guess that probably does make this a lot more bearable, right? If you've got more categories and more submenus, because, like, the irritating thing is, like, having to go through, like, these misc lists. Like, that sucks, right? So if it was smaller categories, I think that's why, like, HQ's menu system doesn't bother me quite as much, or like workshop mode. Like, I never had a problem with workshop mode, probably because none of the menus get so deep that it's irritating. Also, a lot of pictures, that helps. Like, the fact that, you know, even though, I mean, command mode's a poor proxy for HQ mode because it's kind of, you know, bland looking with all the white and gray. But, like, you know, you can still imagine the same thing when you go into a workshop menu. You only have a handful of things, even though there's a lot of things in the categories. Rather, you've got the pictures, so it makes it a little nicer to look at, easier on the eyes, to feel like you're not just looking at a list of things. M8 complex sort. Okay, so this is sounding like you guys are saying that what I should be looking at is investing in some mods for Fallout 4, and then I wouldn't hate the UI so much. That is not a bad point. The wheel menu mod has me using the Pip-Boy not so often. There's even a version of New Vegas wheel for Fallout 4 now. So am I alone in, and maybe this is just because it's ironic, I am a controller player and I hate wheel menus. Do they work? So am I alone in that, first of all? And do you guys who use a mouse and keyboard, do you guys like wheel menus? Because one of the things I remember is that wheel menu became a big deal and became like a regular thing everywhere when consoles started to kind of take over the gaming sphere. Like when, I don't know, I think it started happening around like the first Xbox is when you started seeing those kind of proliferate everywhere because people wanted to be able to play the game on PC and on console. And I remember there being a lot of people hated wheel menus, and I still kind of do. And and it's not because of I like the convenience of them. I think part of it is like, you guys have seen how bad I am at gunplay. Of like in heated moments, I just can't control my thumb well enough to get the item I want on the wheel. So then I just get like, hey, no, I just give me like, I actually love. I think this hotkey menu is awesome because it's less mistake prone. Like, it's a deliberate. And I still occasionally make mistakes because I just don't remember which icon is which, or if I'm trying to memorize, like, do I go tap and then do it, or just one? So I'll grab the wrong thing, but this feels more deliberate than the wheel, as I don't have to aim. It's just kind of just touch a button a couple times. Veil in Love, what's your favorite TV show? I mean, forgets every TV show I've ever seen. Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay, so now we're back up to that conversation. Yep, everybody remembering Uma Thurman. Oh, it's based. Okay, so Avenger, that was based on the 60s TV show, which is what was coming up in my Google search. Got it. That makes sense. Chris McLam, I think diegetic inventories like the one from the Forest game are my favorite type of inventories. It doesn't work too well in games with giant item lists, but they're my favorite. Okay, now I gotta look that up. The Forest inventory. Is this gonna come up? Is this too niche a game to have pictures like that? Oh, this is interesting looking. Let me bring up a screenshot if people don't know what I'm looking at here. How do I get this? Why is this so small? Let's try bringing this over here. Is this what you're talking about? When it's like where like the items physically exist on a thing? That is pretty nice looking. That's very interesting. But yeah, it would be real. Can you imagine if somebody did that as a mod for Skyrim or Fallout 4 and just dumped all your items in front of you? How ridiculous that would look. That actually would be kind of fun. It would be like a good like troll mod. Like open your inventory and it just drops all your stuff on the ground. Like alternate inventory system. Pick out what you need and then pick up the rest and put it back. That would be pretty. That'd be a good April Fool's mod, I think. But yeah, that's an interesting. That looks like it would be really fun the first time. Like because it would be so different. I did dig that. Like in theory. But yeah, like you're right. I don't think it would work in a game like Fallout with so many items. But would be really funny to see. And what do they call that? Diegetic? I've never heard that phrase before. It sounds cool. Erica Umber Studios. One of my favorite bugs is when Dylan and Carnal went to the church. Carnal sat on Dylan. I didn't notice where he was until I saw 2 sets of feet. Oh, that's hilarious. Do we have I'm going to put that on the bug list. Do we have 2 sitting markers, like a super mutant and a human right on top of each other? If so, that's really funny. Okay, check. Conch Church. Putting this on my bug list. I better write Concord because my writing is sloppy. Check Concord Church for overlapping super mutant markers. I could see that being one of those things that the person who set up that area didn't realize that 2 people would sit in 2 different markers and was probably just trying to make sure that all the benches could support Carnal. Computer say no. Why is the light changing tone sometimes for a split second? For a moment I thought my screen is broken. I had to check my phone if there was as well. It's because we have weather enabled in the cell, and so like when lightning strikes and stuff, it does weird things to the interior lighting.
Please excuse the smells coming from the old plumbing. The engineering department will get onto this as soon as they can.
Choose one. I don't know if I can make it next week stream, but you could ask you to cover HQ missions if possible. Oh, for the training stream. I mean, I will do that eventually. I think the most logical next step for me to do would be room upgrades. But maybe we'll get through that quickly and I can do the projects as well. So we'll see. We'll see how the stream goes and everything. Because the problem with with me doing the HQ, like I don't want to do live the tutorials I haven't written yet, because you guys see how I go off on tangents and stuff. It'll be even worse if I'm doing a tutorial like that. At least when I was doing last week's tutorial, every time I started to get sidetracked, I could tab over to the actual tutorial and be like, okay, let's go to step 11 because I'm getting derailed too much. So it kind of helps keep me focused so that I don't, these long rambling discussions are great for just relaxing. Like, we talked about earlier. This is just a chill stream. We're not trying to be all wacky or anything, and not trying to accomplish much in particular other than, show off the mod and take down some bug reports. But with the live Bethesda Mod School, I'm trying to teach you guys for real. So I want to keep my bad habits in check. So if I get that tutorial written, then I'll do it. But then if I have the tutorial written, you'll probably be happy with the written tutorial too. So eventually I'll get to there. Bacchus Creeper, I thought buff out was superior, or has it changed? I actually don't know. I just know I think I'm just using buff out, but I know that there's a way to disable buff out's memory handling if you have Bacchus Scrap Heap, so there must still be some advantage to Bacchus Scrap Heap. Nukes after end of chapter 3, then Sim Skyrim. That's right, I joked about that. Uh-oh. I can't imagine that would be possible. I cannot imagine it would be possible. I think you could get something similar, but I don't think you could do it. Not at the scale we have this, for sure. Let's see. Oh, somebody's got some info on Reforged. Jason, the controversy over Warcraft 3 Reforged was the trailers showed one thing and then the final game didn't live up to the trailers, kind of like Colonial Marines, and that it had replaced the old client. Oh yeah, I remember the replacing the old client. So basically, like, they showed off the art and it wasn't as good. Because, like, to me, like, if all Reforged was just like, hey, let's take the old game and, like, update all the models because they're pretty blocky looking nowadays, like, it'd be fine with me. For what I would do with it, because I would just play through the campaign. I'm not going to get into laddering. I don't have time for that anymore. I go into a dark place when I start laddering. Like, I used to do that with StarCraft 2, grind the ladder. I did it with Hearthstone, and I just, like, get obsessed with, like, just playing as many matches as possible. And then I end up staying up till 3-4 in the morning every night and get less sleep. And, you know, if you want a life improvement tip, is that can start really small. It has big payoffs. It's like getting regular sleep. I know this is like everybody will tell you this, but man, is it true? Holy hell. Like when I started like making sure I get like at least 7 or 8 hours of sleep every night, like all sorts of parts of my life improved. Young's Age. What is planned for updates for the mod before Chapter 3? Any content updates planned or just bug fixes? We talked about this a little earlier, and it's up in the air still. So, like, I have 2 content patches I would like to do, but my ability to... So there are certain systems coming to 3.0 and Chapter 3 that will require just a metric ton of my time all in a row. Doing deep programming is, like, it's really hard to do in over a long period of time. You kind of got to focus fire it because you have to wrap your head around all these complicated things. So I tend to do it. So it tends to be that I try and build out some of our simpler systems. And then when I'm doing our advanced systems, I have to do it in big chunks. And so, like, one of the reasons that patches went from bi-weekly to tri-weekly to now monthly are because I need more and more time to get these bigger systems done. Well, eventually it gets to be that not only am I building a big system, but I want to integrate it with the rest. And when I start doing that, there are a lot of chances for me to make something work for Chapter 3, but break the live mod code. And then it'll be like fixing it will make Chapter 3 work worse. So it gets to a point where I'm just like, this is taking too much mental energy to, like, keep these 2 code bases isolated from one another, and I have to just stop. And then when that happens, basically patches end. So right now there's a pretty good chance we'll get another patch in February, and then I'd say 90% chance that's the last before 3.0. And then 3.0, I couldn't tell you when it's going to come because we have our feature set locked. We know what we're going to ship with. And it's just a matter of getting it done. So. Yogi, I was talking about the extra HUD element that comes up with mouse over activated settler. I forgot what that's called. It always takes time measured in minutes for me to come up. Oh man. Yeah, no, it's supposed to be like whenever you click activate, it's supposed to come up. So like,
it's you.
But yeah, it's
hey there.
Yeah?
We're done.
It's definitely like,
how's it going?
Hey, fancy pants, good to see ya.
It's definitely sketchy for sure. That is why. So like, there's this option. I've showed this before. I'll show it again. This is like, if you got a really rock solid PC, you can run with this option. But I would never turn this on Xbox. What's it called? Here we go. Hover display. So there's a method in the game that seemed well-meaning. Like I like that they offered support for it, but I have no idea under what circumstances they think that this is a viable thing. You can turn it on so that anything you're hovering over can run a script. And Papyrus is not that fast. So I have this set up to do a thing where I can do that, and automatically wherever you hover over, it'll try and pop up the info box.
Yeah?
So like as I'm hovering right now, it's every frame. So, you know, what we're probably running at, let's see, we're running at, what's the hotkey to get your, what's your hotkey to get frame rate to show up with, I don't remember what does it. Is it F4SE or is it something like that? But anyway, there's a hotkey for it I can show. But so like probably 45 times a second, it's going to run this script, which is pretty nuts. And I don't, maybe I have it set up only, does it not work in HQ? No, it's supposed to. Well, let's pop over to a settlement, and then we'll see if it works there. Maybe it's just HQ itself is a little slow. But anyway, there's that little box that can pop up to show you information about the jobs of your settlers and stuff. This mode that I have it on right now, it's supposed to make it a lot more snappy, but it also has the potential to just bury your game in scripts. So that's why it's disabled by default. And I think it has a warning at the description about what it does. Let's see if we can find a settler here. Oh, we can also do it on plots too. Yeah, it's not even running. How about on a settler? Let's see. That seems like that might be bugged, because I've done this before. I showed it in my last playthrough, and it worked pretty quickly. So yeah, that might be a bug, Yagi. That might be that the info box, I need to redesign the triggers for it, because it's being super unreliable. Like it should definitely show up when I'm hovering over like ACM sensors and plots. So yeah, I'll put that on my bug list. I think that's just full on broken right now. That's a bummer. So let's put that off again. Oh, it's under HUD. There we go. Hover display off. Alright, so let's put that on the bug list. We've got info box display super laggy. Not working with hover mode. So, and it's possible. So this might be one of those. So like I mentioned before about the patches and why we have to stop is I've been sneaking in code for chapter 3 for basically the last year. I've been slowly planting in all the code. And so it could be that this is one of those first systems that took a hit from that broke because I haven't touched that code for a patch since before chapter 2. So it's possible that something I was getting prepared for, like, you know, we need to have an overlay. That info box is eventually going to have to work for showing soldier roles. So maybe I started tinkering with that and I broke it. Could be that. So that's why eventually we have to shut down patching, because my patches would just get progressively worse. Like they would just be buggier and buggier. And it would slow down development of the 3.0 patch. So saying all that, I would say this is probably a great time for you guys to report your showstopper bugs. Make sure that they're on my radar. Because I want to, unless there's, like I said, unless I do something in the next, I don't know, the next week, that is because I have a system I'm working on, a really deep system where I'm in that mode where I can't stop. Like I have to just like finish what I'm working on, because this is a hard thing to explain with programming. So you know, often you could do things like, if you're designing a new system, you can plan it forever. Like you could basically, like, you know, whiteboard it out and like plan all the chunks you're going to make and break it into little modules and code that out. And that's fine. And that's pretty easy to do. And it goes pretty smooth. But when you're editing an existing system, like the first step you have to do is wrap your head around all of its parts and kind of understand what's happening. And then you start making a plan for where to put your pieces in. And sometimes that doesn't work out. And then you have to go back, restudy the diagram, rethink things. And so like adding in new code into old systems is just like, I have not figured out any better way to do this from a time perspective, other than just like, it has to be like my all-consuming focus until I finish it. And I'm in one of those projects right now that I estimate is going to take me another few days, maybe a week. And after I finish that, if that system integration doesn't hit too many core SS2 systems, then I'll do one more like big bug fix patch. And then that will most likely be it. If we get a second patch out before chapter 3, it would probably be either like the chapter 1 overhaul, because doing stuff with chapter 1 quests won't really impact systems. So I wouldn't have to like worry about patching in old code. I could just patch in the quests changes. And then that's probably it. But we might sneak in some quality of life stuff, like some of the stuff we talked about here. Like, kind of dig this idea of a means of getting free HQ projects. Like, I don't think that would be too difficult. So that might sneak in too. Stuff that I can do relatively quickly. sometimes gets snuck in. All right, let's see here. We'll connect your. So you're saying there's a article from Gaming Bolt. What went wrong with Warcraft 3? TLDR, it's bad. Only being fixed recently. I'd use the old version. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I should try and find a review on that to find out, like, is the campaign playable and is it still decent? Because I do like the idea of getting updated graphics. Because, like, in my mind's eye, it had amazing graphics. Because I played, I last played it when it came out, which was probably 20 years ago, something like that, more. So in my mind's eye, it was like state-of-the-art graphics in reality. And then, like, I'm sure if I go look at actual screenshots, it's like gonna look like Minecraft. Computer say, no, I often hear that people who play on controller hate wheel menus, and people on mouse and keyboard tend to like them. You're not alone with them. Okay. Yeah, I think it's hard to get, like, it's hard to get the precision with that. Like, it's so unnatural, because I think we want... We get used to, like, we can move, it takes a while to get used to, like, even doing this, but you get really used to moving the very center of the screen where you want it. And then so a wheel just feels unnatural. I wonder if it would be easier if you still, like, when you were using the wheel, if, like, the dot moved, or, like, your crosshair moved, and you were kind of hovering on the wheel, if that would make it, like, easier for our controller brains to comprehend. I don't know. It's very interesting how that works, but it might be something like the way we've trained ourselves requires the whole world to move for that kind of twitchiness to work. That's very weird how why wheel menus are so chunky for some of us. Let's see, Darpwall, I don't like mouse wheel menu on PC because they're designed with console in mind. Yeah, that was always the irony to me, is, like, I always felt like I'm on console, or on and they made these for me, and I think they're bad. So then I feel, it makes me feel double bad for PC players who hate them, because it's like, well, if you hate them, like, if we hate them on console, you guys must hate them twice as bad on PC, since they were designed for console. So it's just kind of a funny thing that's how it went. But they still keep coming up in games. So I wonder if maybe more modern games have gotten better with them. Like, maybe they're a little easier to handle. But we're also getting, yeah. So I don't know. It's an interesting one. I always feel like I have no control over them. I like what they're going for. Like, in theory, it seems like a good idea. Eric Ember Studio. I don't know if it's been suggested before, but there's a weapon legendary effect called Medics that heals instead of hurting the target. Could this be used to fix the camera Vitomatic? Maybe. Does anybody know? Was that added in a DLC, or is that in the base game? I can look into it. So it seems like it should be able to, in theory. I'd have to look and see. So I will add that to my investigation list. Yeah, so that less of you guys murder your poor, accidentally murder your settlers who you didn't know were sitting at 1 health. That I've heard so many stories about. Look into Medics legendary effect. I'll leave myself to put notes if it's in a DLC in case I catch up to chat eventually and you guys tell me that. The Forest is a good game. Excuse me, I've never heard, I think I've heard of it, like, it sounds familiar, but I've never played it. I've never even seen anything about it. Like, I would have assumed for the name like that it was going to be like a pixel art game, and then so seeing it being like full 3D was shocking. The Forest inventory on Bethesda games would be 10 cheese wheels, 3 daggers, 2 helmets, 15 health potions, and 1,000,000 keys. Fallout 4 best way to go is Fall UI series plus FIS plus complex sorter. Mater did a masterpiece with these. Custom mod everything as icons, and you can customize so much. Interesting. Yeah, people have been singing Mater's praises. I had a brief conversation with him on Nexus recently because we were trying to figure out why one of Alyssa's quests was crashing the game when you were using his mods, and he has no idea. I have no idea. So the solution is to just make sure his patcher doesn't touch. I think it should just be, just don't touch quests. That's what I think. Don't tag quests. It's not worth the risk, because some of them break. There's some voodoo going on under the hood that only Bethesda knows the answer to, that makes it so adding tags to quests is a bad idea. Nick Carter, one big reason was the lack of custom campaigns. They will come back in tomorrow's patch for Reforged. Oh, tomorrow's. That's crazy that we're talking about it. And it's going to be sorted out maybe tomorrow. That's interesting. So so basically custom campaigns means no, you're talking about like the map, like user made stuff. What is, wasn't that the sound of a railroad rifle? Am I crazy? Isn't that what I'm hearing? Who has a... Did you guys hear that too? I could have sworn I heard the ka-dunk with the little whistle. Did somebody, an NPC accidentally spawn with the railroad rifle?
You get me.
He did. Is this in the leveled lists? Now you've got one? What is happening? This feels like a bug. What is going on here? And now one of my settlers has one? I don't understand what's happening here. I thought this was a unique weapon. There's just there's just two. I mean, he and I probably grabbed that at the same time, like, and it bugged. Like the NPCs loot from each other, and I think that can cause an issue. That is so weird. How did that end up in his loot table? Was this, or is this a random encounter, or is some of these going to be railroad agents? All right, we got to drop it because we got to drop something. So I can walk. No, come on. Sure, doesn't matter. Scavenger, scavenger, scavenger. Let's read that note. Why is there... I love this game. I really hope that this is just like an authentic thing and not some bug that we're introducing with SS2. Scavenger's note. What do you got to say? Nope, just talking about a scrap heap. Has anybody else seen this before? Am I crazy? That does not seem like that should be in the leveled list for generic raiders in... What level am I? 15? Not high enough to see that. 21? Still. Crazy. I'm so far behind on chat, I have no idea what you guys are saying right now. Let's see, I'm catching up though. Slowly catching up. Choo-choo 1. Soul Survivor uses nukes at the end of chapter 3. Stares into them. Cut to white. Then you see a face. Ah, you're finally awake. Oscar, so what do you think think and do if you found out the Fallout TV show referenced your ASAM system in some way, like having a post or ASAM sensor or its name brought up background conversation? Oh, I think I would go to social media and spam that out to everybody. And then I'd call my lawyer. No, I'd be super flattered if that happened. That'd be awesome. There's no way it's going to happen, but it would be super cool. I'm not fussed. I don't feel like I'm missing any information by using that hoverbox thing switched off anyway. Yeah, but even with it on, like you said, when the hover is off. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. You're saying you don't care that much about the hover thing. Yeah, I'd like it to work though. Like it was meant to be a nice way to get info without having to like track down much. But I think you can get a lot of the info from like their title. Like you can just quickly see like, oh, okay, that person's named this. They probably work at this. Like farmer, obviously, I know and that's the majority of the information there. But it also shows, you know, whether they're sick or not at a glance without the Vitamatic. And so yeah, adding special stats to that makes total sense. Then isn't it's kind of like a Vitamatic light. But if it doesn't work, it's not very useful. Is there a hotkey to toggle these boxes? Maybe. It's so funny how far behind I'm on chat. We just keep revisiting things that happened 20 minutes ago. Every single episode. Let's see, hotkeys. Toggle the info panel on or off. So no, it doesn't. It does seem to be on because it came up once. That's when Yagi had made that comment, and when that's what started this whole conversation, or kind of rebirthed the conversation, was the fact that it came up real fast. Kezade, I'm going to derail you here, but not hard. But I missed that part of the stream last week when you asked what makes SS2 SS2. For me, it's the story and the characters. One out of question. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down and find more. Kezade. Okay, good. You tagged me again. As much as I like the settlement building in Fallout 4, especially with SS2 installed, it still pales in comparison to actual city building games or 4X games for me. Same with the collection of unique settlers. If I get the itch, it's scratched better with Stardew Valley or similar village simulation games. If you guys did make a game, people in the previous stream said that the issue I asked about related to and equipped jetpacks and building and settlements was really... Oh, wait, I got into somebody else's message. Okay. If you guys did make a game, maybe something that is a city builder first and foremost, but has village simulation gameplay too, where you can befriend the people who move to your city. Yeah, I think that could definitely be a part of it. I think, yeah, I'm not sure if, I'm still not sure which way I would go. Like to me, I've always thought that it's kind of like it's basically just that we're giving you guys like an endless amount of content to keep playing Fallout 4 was been my assumption. But like, I also think there's not really a lot of, I can't think of any. Are there any first person city builders out there? Does anybody know? And I'm not talking about like building games. Like obviously there are tons of games now you can base build, but are there any where it's like your design is your first person, you're building a base and then it builds up more for you, like automatically? Is that a thing that happens in many games? Like that to me was the only really unique thing I could come up with that we're doing. Other than that, like, we're adding a lot of unique features to Fallout 4 and to Bethesda games, but in the greater gaming sphere, it's a lot harder to be unique. Okay, now I'll go to Tom's question or statement that I read in the middle there. People in the previous stream said that the issue I asked about related to unequipped jetpacks and building and settlements was related to Workshop Plus. Yeah, if you're having weird issues like randomly dying when you exit workshop mode, or things are getting weird in workshop mode, what I would do is go into Workshop Plus settings, and this is in the holotape as well, and turn off fly in workshop mode. So fly in workshop mode, and everything's listed as off right now for me because I don't have Workshop Plus enabled, but the MCM files still show up. Fly in workshop mode, the way it works is it transforms your character into a different race, which is a race that has the ability to fly. And so there's all sorts of weird unintended consequences to that. Like a lot of mod added items only support humans or only support ghouls and humans. And so then when you're in this new unknown race, it's a problem. Other things rely on magic effects, and when you switch to a new race, all magic effects are cleared off of you, so that causes weird behavior. So that setting alone can solve some issues if you're having just weird bugs. Oh, Beebs, I see you on. I put a note to tell you about it if you weren't here for the whole stream, but Hubert has a big hole in his chest when you get a chance to fix him. Just a big old triangle missing. Looks like we overdid it. We were probably trying to remove the skin underneath, and we removed a little too much. Oh, I made it. I think I made it. I made it to the bottom of chat. Or it's about to snap on me. Here you go. Okay. Yep, here we go. Nick Carter. Yeah, user-made maps were not playable in Reforged. Now they will be, but maybe some old custom campaign maps will need updating. Interesting. Yeah, that will be... that would be a big fail to not include that, because like that's how some of the, oh, you know what? I think there was another controversy with Blizzard. I don't know if it was with Reforged or if it was some years ago, but I remember that they changed it so that things released through the Blizzard Arcade in like StarCraft 2. I think it was like Blizzard has a copyright on it or something crazy like that, where it was like basically they were gonna like claim they technically had the rights to claim your IP. I remember that was a big thing at some point. I don't know if they ended up rewriting those rules or if that just turned off real creators from going in there, because like, the whole what do they call the genre of games that's League of Legends, and I think it's just Dota, right, is the genre, because Dota came from, like, Dota 2 is its own game, but Dota 1 was a Warcraft 3 mod. So that whole subgenre of games like only exists because of modding or the campaign system in Warcraft 3. Mod 142, the farmer could have taken the rifle from the workshop when it was attacked. Yeah, but I don't think I even had that. Like, it shouldn't have been a workshop. I've never gotten it. I didn't reach the railroad in this character yet. If you get a rifle, everyone gets a railway rifle. Only 2 to 3 railway rifles in the game. Very weird. It is a rare edition. Okay, interesting. I didn't know they put it in the leveled list. I don't think I've ever encountered it in the wild like that. How easy is it to access the Robco Rob lines from the sensors in the tutorials? Really like to get the clean audio for my new project. Just DM me. I'll send you the audio files. It's so in the like you just want them like without having all the background sounds and everything. Yeah, we have all those WAV files. We keep them. Do I have that holotape? So I can show you guys what she's talking about. So there's the lines that talk like when you do the tutorials, but there's also some buried in here.
The residential plot. Robco's research shows that
So there's all these like little scenes that we have buried in the holotape. We were gonna write a bunch more, and then the guy who had said he was going to write them bowed out of the project. Yeah, these were really cool. So it would have been fun to have even more of these. You know what I should try and do is I should try and get ChatGPT to write more of these, because it does a really good job. If you ask it to write in like 1950s advertisement speak and just ask it to tell you things in it, it does a really good job of it.
But it will keep the rain off your citizens whilst they sleep, and allow them to start each and every day ready to work hard and effectively.
There's a railroad rifle in the train at Bedford. Isn't that real close? Yeah, I think it is. Do you think that they grabbed it and then their like fight brought them over here? Where is Bedford? That'd be pretty funny if that's what happened. Like, that's one of my favorite parts about the systems nature of these games. Yeah, isn't Bedford right over here? So you think it's like maybe they were you're just upgraded. Maybe they were fighting on their way. One of them grabbed the rifle. That would be super cool. MOBA. Okay, yeah, that's what it's called. Isn't this Bedford Station right over here? Where's the rifle usually at? In the train. Is it in that train or in one of these other ones? Oh no, we crashed. We crashed. That doesn't happen in a while. I wonder if there's something funky happening, because we must be getting close to triggering. What would be close to Great Garden, maybe? Loading into memory? No, I think we're not quite close enough to that. That was weird. It definitely had the, oh cool, we gotta say it right there. It had the vibe of like we hit a cell boundary and triggered something to crash the game. Oh, you know what I should do is I gotta remember to, let's see, what time is it? It's 12:14. Oh man, I gotta end soon. I gotta look at my buff out log. Let's see what's going on with that. Oh, you know what? I can do that right now, because you guys might get a kick out of this. Let's go to documents. Slide this over here.
The Robco brand ASIM system provides all the guidance a person needs to do just that.
Where is my
Set
stuff?
up a Robco brand ASIM sensor with its dial set to the red residential setting and stand back. The Robco brand ASIM sensor will choose a building plan based upon available resources.
Okay, so this thing right here, if you guys haven't got this tool, the crash log scanner, this thing is sweet. You can download this on Nexus, and I can auto scan the last buff out log, and it will open up the log with like a trimmed down version of the messages, so you can kind of see what crashed the game. So it looks like this is saying it was something to do with, most likely with Path Builder. Let's see, all clear, all clear, all clear. If you scroll down, it'll tell you possible plugins, so it couldn't find any plugins. So this is most likely, like if I look through here and see what's happening, it's detecting number of pathing cell, BS Path Builder. So this is most likely nav mesh issue. So there was like something caused those ghouls to trip up on the nav mesh and blow up the game. So just a vanilla crash. So I like this scanner a lot. It makes it a lot easier because those logs are really hard to look at, and this kind of reduces it down. And a lot of times it'll like suggest the actual mod that caused the crash. Anyway, that's pretty cool to see that they grabbed the rifle that was probably in a container when they were having that random encounter of raiders versus settlers. That's pretty awesome. So they brought it to me. I didn't have to go find it. Inside a blue railway car attached to a locomotive appears at level 20. Well, we're level 20. Or we're level 21, actually. All right, we'll see if we crash again, but hopefully we won't. It'll be in that... We can see where it's supposed to be in that car. I think it's this first car right here attached to the blue engine, right? So yeah, it's probably supposed to be in that car. And it makes sense that that encounter might have started there and gotten over here. That's really cool. That's really cool. Notepad looks like my friend's browser 10 years ago filled with toolbars. Yeah, my Notepad++ is absurd. I'm sure eventually I will be forced into an IDE. It will happen eventually. It really, all it's going to take is like somebody to show me some killer feature that I'm wasting time on now. And like that it magnifies my speed by some %, and then I'll be convinced. But so far, every time I try them, I'm always irritated. And I'm just like, I'm faster without it. And the features people try and sell me on, I'm like, that's okay, but I have this solution for that. All right, well, we got some good bugs today. You guys had some cool ideas. I like the special stat thing, potentially adding into the info box. The looking at the medics legendary effect. Some good ideas here on my note cards for stuff I could look into for future changes. And I think I feel like we showed off enough of easy mode that it was simple. It's really unfortunate that I didn't know that the HQ, that I had patched in that HQ thing later. So bummed with it, because I feel like it derails this episode in the early stage when I'm about to be like, here, and this is how easy HQ is in easy mode, and then it just completely, and it's like, wait, what's going on? And then anybody else thinking like, that's not easy. What if the developer doesn't know? Such a bummer, such a bummer. But you can't take back a live stream. This is the risk that we take by doing non-curated videos like this. But that's kind of what, like, easy mode, the game plan's always been that this was going to be a short series. So I can't think of much else that I would need to show you guys that's different. But if anybody has any thoughts on that, about anything I should show before we sign off tonight, I'll probably stick around for another 10 minutes. I can do that. But otherwise, like, the whole point of easy mode is the only thing standing in your way from doing all the mechanics and stuff is just timers. So it's literally just build what you want, wait, and then over time stuff will upgrade and connect together. I would say that the only exception currently, and we wrote down a solution to it, is you'd have to know to at least go make sure you put caravan services in most settlements so that HQ gets your resources. I think that's probably the only thing that is mechanically required. And like, we came up with a solution for that of just give the player free resources like we do with the scrap logistics and power engineering and stuff. So we could do the same thing with that, and that would solve that problem and make easy mode just full on, just run through, do whatever you want, which is the goal. But hard mode, Too Large Pepperoni, thank you for the donation. Says thanks for a fun stream. Here, let's do this. We got 10 minutes left. Let's save this game real quick. So save LP day 6, end of session, in case we bring it back one day. And then we're going to exit the game. So here's something I've learned with Fallout 4. We're about to start a new save and make our character, and we can talk about this stuff. But don't start new characters or load up saves without exiting the game. The game, there are certain things about your character and about your play session it keeps in memory between characters. Remember, people used to report this, and I was like, that's impossible. There's no way that happens. And I've experienced it many times now, particularly while testing. That is in fact does happen. That various elements of like things you did in your save will just carry over. that would have been. There was a God, what was it? Something happened. I was doing something in a save. I think I was like, maybe I had free cam on or something. And I loaded another save, and I was still in free cam, and I couldn't get out of it. Something like that. It was like what? What is this? Is a terrible, dumb bug. But it makes sense. They wouldn't, QA wouldn't be testing for console commands, but still, stuff like that, real weird. Okay, hard playthrough. We're not necessarily gonna start it next week.
Never changes.
But I never show this stuff on the stream anyway. Like I don't go through the vault section or the play. Like I'll do this off camera. But we can have the character right here while we're thinking about it. So hard mode character. So the goal is gonna be when we start it is I'm gonna go grab the holotape, put it on difficulty. I'll probably play the game at probably normal difficulty because I don't want like it to be like a gun skill check for me. You guys have seen I'm not great at this game, so we don't need me like the goal is not for me to fail at Fallout. The goal is for me to fail at SS2, so you guys can watch me flounder and I can be slowly convinced to modify systems that are a little overtuned, and find any bugs that don't show up in the other modes. So so for that, like I'm thinking normal difficulty because I don't like survival mode, just because even though I know that would be the ultimate difficulty test because it adds that extra layer, I just find the eating and drinking not fun, so I don't really want to do that. But we'll go with Nate. We did Nora last time. Well, I guess we could go Nora again since we only gave Nora 6 episodes. Let's go her again. Whoops, not face. We want to go. Which button is this? Why?
Hey. My turn, big guy.
You guys know me. Default characters. But maybe we could do something to make it look like.
Let me just slide.
Nope. I hit the wrong button. Apparently, I don't know the difference between X and Y on a controller. What can we add to her face to show that she's our hardcore character? Can we get like some? Why can't I think of the character's name? Charlize Theron in Mad Max. Get some of that going on her face. Let's see. Markings. Oh no, that's wrong kind of markings. Would it be makeup, I guess? Do they have any crazy makeup like that, or is that like stuff you got to use mods or unlock? Damage. Damn it, we could give her a big eye scar. The old. Oh wow, we could do some bruising. Nate, you bastard. The classic like big eye scar, that always feels like that's hardcore. Like this. There's our hardcore Nora. She gets a big scar. Just give her scars. Yeah. What it's can you add multiple? I literally don't ever play with the character creator. Oh yeah, you can. Oh, can we make it look like she has a death claw scratch across her face? Is that a thing? Can you do a triple? I like the double. It looks pretty cool. But I want a third now. I want it to look like an animal marking. It's interesting that you can apply them all. You guys will be like, what? Huh? You've been playing this game this long? You never knew this? No, I don't use the character creator. I created one character, I think, ever. And it was for maybe 2. For my Assassin's 1 Let's Plays, I actually sat there and did characters. But well, this is the closest we're going to get. We'll call that good. That's the third claw. It was a stumpy little claw on the left. There, we got in a fight with a bear. That's our backstory. So now we live hardcore. Mod Hunter, yeah, I remember telling you one time about cross-save data and you didn't believe it was possible yet. Yeah, I remember a few people. Well, I think one of the reasons that I was like, there's no way that could happen was like, first of all, I couldn't imagine a way it could happen. And then some people were like blaming me as it was my fault. It was like, I don't know how to do that. Like, I don't even think the game can do that. So, but yeah, it's just a weird engine quirk. Just like some things get loaded into memory and they carry between your saves. So crash the game out before you load another save. Heavy eyeliner, you think? Let's see. Let's go back. Accept.
Looking good, hon.
I love those ladies with their bear fights. Dark lip. Like that? Like lower eyeshadow? Give her the dark eyes, or both. The lower looks
Not
kind of
bad.
cool. Oops.
Not bad.
I don't know.
at
I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time tinkering with the face, but I do like the bear scars. That feels hardcore. Big dark circles under the eyes there. Scar left. It's placed by the ear. Oh.
As beautiful as the day we met.
Scar left long. This one, or just is there a smaller one? Oh, I saw something. Oh, it's left back deep. Ah, there you go. Yeah, that's the third claw mark. So then the one on
That
the
looks
nose
nice.
now is the thumb. Left back deep. There we go. Now we've got our. She took a bear claw to the face. That's her backstory. And that's it. That's all she gets for a backstory. Because she's a lawyer. Because our destinies are predetermined. A black eye. Okay, so now we hit back, done, confirm character, and then we save this as, oh wait, let's check our difficulty. What did we put it on? I think we're on normal. I think that's the correct way to go, because we're trying to make SS2 hard, not, but all right, let's pop in. Well, first I'm going to save, so we'll do save, we'll just call it hardcore day 0. Let's look at the mod config. So like by default, I want to talk through some of these options. We're gonna have to do this again, but I'm just really curious at a sense. So like, what are some of the things we're gonna suddenly have? So like some of this stuff is already on. So a lot of the stuff's on that's gonna stay on. So the big mechanics I think we're gonna add in that we're gonna suddenly be playing with. Because like we're gonna have maintenance and operating costs, which these are huge. Like maintenance costs in particular, these two are really challenging. But they're not bad with like category or simple mode, but when you add in resource complexity, when we add this and go to components, that means we suddenly have to care about every single resource type. So like we need to collect everything. That's where things ramp up, because you'll end up short on random things all the time, and then you have to go collect them or start grinding through the industrial tree to get the conversion. So like that's going to be a big one. Industrial water requirement, that's going to be an interesting one, because to keep our food going, we're going to have to build water, which is then going to ensure that our maintenance costs trigger. So like those I think are the four of the bigger ones we're going to get hit with. So we'll have incapacitation on for settlers. That was recently set to off for new games. Death is not turned on by default in any of our difficulty settings, and that was because we thought that was going to be too much for most folks. Oh, this is still defaulting to off. I can't. I thought I had that fixed. I wonder if we have a bad MCM setting. I gotta put that on my notes. So let's see, attacks on HQ, because for this should be on for everybody by default. Attacks on HQ. Still, I think this is the third time I were putting this on my patch notes. So I really need to like test it 17 times after I fix it next. Attacks on HQ still off by default. I'm not convinced that attacks on HQ are even working much, regardless of whether they're on or off. But because I've never had a bug report on them other than that they're not on by default. It's the only bug report I've seen. So the fact that 0 bug reports from that means they're probably just not happening. So disease death will probably leave off. We'll keep on the incapacitation because I do want the disease system to matter, so I have to engage with it. Okay. And then we would have all of our, well, we're probably not, we probably wouldn't, I don't know if we'd get to HQ or not. Because I think the plan will be the hardcore mode save is going to be like what we play until chapter 3. Is my guess. Least requires supply agreements. Yeah, we'll probably turn all that on in case we play HQ. Immersion, most of this stuff. So we won't turn on realistic build times, I think. Just because like that's not just punishing, but that's like gonna make the stream really boring, because it'll be like we start a plot and then we have to go pass a bunch of time like and because yeah, like I would have to just sleep all the time. So that's one of those ones where I would turn it off for the same reason I might turn on the skip timers. It's just gonna make the stream hard to watch, like on a moment to moment gameplay level. Let's see. None of that stuff's really adding challenge, and it's all on by default anyway. Yeah, and then a lot of this other stuff is just like visual and usability stuff, so nothing major. So I think the big things we're going to be playing with all of a sudden that we didn't before are going to be, so we did play our first playthrough with incapacitation on because it being switched off by default was only a recent thing. So with not our easy mode playthrough, but the one before that, we did have incapacitation on. So what we're gaining this time is resource complexity components, and then operating and maintenance costs. Those are going to be the 3 new systems we're introducing, and those are pretty significant changes. Those 3 systems alone probably cause the most amount of pain for people who are playing with them on. And by design, it was always like back in SS1, if you go read through the comments, there'll be a lot of people saying they wish buildings cost money and like that there were more complex options available. So like that's a request we've been getting for years. So like that's hardcore, and I'm gonna have to like you guys are gonna have to listen to me talk for 20 minutes at the beginning of the first hardcore episode, like as a warning to any new viewers of like, this is not for the faint of heart. This is intentionally designed to be really hard to do. If you're not into management games, this is not for you. Like this particular difficulty setting, because I don't want people to like, if that's their first time tuning in, to be like, no, this mod's too much for me. So that's going to have to be like the starter few minutes of every stream of being like, this is hardcore mode. Don't play it if you don't like management sims, because that difficulty is not for you. Still never seen one happen. Yeah, I'm curious if maybe they're just not working. Because I definitely ran plenty of the attacks like from the console. Like I had a console command to force them, and I was like, okay, great, these work. They get cleaned up eventually. I can join the fight. Like, this is awesome. But I've not had anybody report to me that, because I've gotten plenty of reports about like fires getting stuck or creatures getting stuck inside of walls that spawned in as infestations. But I've never gotten like a HQ attack happened and my whole roof is covered in raider spawns and the game crashes. Like that's what I would expect from the early draft of the HQ raids, and I never got that report, so it made me think like, maybe it's not working. But Oscar Fry, her backstory is now that she fought a bear in a courtroom and won. I recommend the mod Fast Startup. Skip Sanctuary Prologue. It places you in the vault right after all cutscenes, so scripts, etc. can still load. Has some cool options. I actually have a what I actually use for these is when I'm doing these off camera is I have a save that's just at the vault. I have a clean save file somebody released on Nexus I can load up. And that's what I use for testing, where it's got all that finished and they didn't have any mods when they did it. So then I can just edit my character right there. That's normally what I would do. I think, did we play through the intro the last 2 times? I think I may have. I think this will be the first time I probably skip it. Just because I want to get into it. Like if it weren't, I think because between the first and second playthroughs, there was enough of a lull that I was okay playing through the intro again. But this time, like we just did it, like 10 weeks ago. So I'm like, no, I'm not ready to do this again. Jake's new tutor. Do automatons have a cost? Sometimes I use them to run factories. I think so. I think if you're talking about in the ones you build in HQ, or are you talking about the ones like at the robot workbench? I'm pretty sure they have a cost. But that's all automatron. I don't know. I don't use it that much. Have I ever tried reshade presets? Is that the same as like a what was the other phrase for those overlays? Is that just what they're called? I thought they had another phrase people call them. I had one installed for the longest time, and I may still have it installed right now. I may be running with one. I'm not sure of like one of those rendering overhauls. I may actually be running one because I had one installed and I never uninstalled it. and I don't know where the files are. ENB, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like I installed an ENB the first time I played on PC, and I never uninstalled it, and so I assume it's still there. Oh, a maintenance cost for automatrons in some settlements. No, I don't think that there's a I don't think there's a maintenance cost on automatrons. I think there's no maintenance cost on people. The maintenance costs are on vanilla resource producers. So it's on generators and the wells and the, what else does it have? Basically anything that provides some sort of numeric resource. Oh, like vanilla crops, like everything that would not be a plot and would be kind of a way for you to bypass our mechanics. We basically put a maintenance cost on there so that it's actually, I think we went more intense with the maintenance cost. It was basically a factor to encourage people to use plots over vanilla. And if they did use vanilla, that there was a cost involved so that the plots became more attractive over time. So like early game, you may have no choice but to use some of that, but we wanted the plots to be more attractive because you have to dedicate a person to them. Like the turrets are inherently imbalanced. Like they're super imbalanced. You invest a small resource cost and you get the equivalent of like a full settler doing a defense job forever for virtually, occasionally you have to repair them, but that cost is so, is a non-cost over time, especially because in the vanilla game, you don't have to repair anything. It'll repair itself over time. So like the fact that plots require a human to work them means that you're permanently sacrificing a potential resource. Like every plot, if you go to assign them to a plot doing anything, whether it's defense or recreation, or I'm sorry, not recreation, that wouldn't count, or like running a shop or whatever, it's an opportunity cost that you could have been creating, 6 food or something, or we always had to balance stuff around that of like, what could the settler be doing instead, and making sure it's balanced accordingly. And so there's an opportunity cost in that, and you bypass that with things that let you create infinite defense, energy, and water without any cost. So we like maintenance costs were one of those like things we had to add in to justify for players who like to min max and figure out systems for there to actually be a challenge in settlement gameplay. So we're going to test it out. We're going to see how bad it is. It all balances out on the spreadsheets like over a big enough game. And some people love the challenge and they say, yeah, it does work. It's just really hard. So we're going to experience it ourselves and see if maybe we could add some intermediary options to like let people tune it a little less. Like maybe some people like the maintenance and operating costs, but maybe we need to offer a like 50% discount option or something for people who are like, yeah, I want the complexity, but maybe not tuned that tight. So that's what we're gonna experiment with. I'm excited for it because I have not, other than testing, I've never like done those maintenance and operating costs in a legitimate playthrough. I've never bothered with that. Like, cause we're still going to do a little bit of questing and stuff. Just as like in between while we're done with, cause it helps us get scrap that we can donate to the settlements. Keeps things interesting. I'm curious how much of like Sim Settlements quests, like we'll at least do in order to get the plot. I guess I could cheat the plots. I don't know that we need to do, because we just did all of chapter 1 on camera over the last 6 episodes. So maybe we don't need to do the SS1 quest. Maybe we'll do Jake's just because I don't want to disable him. And then we'll just cheat unlock the plot types. Maybe we'll do something like that. Kind of playing fast and loose with it. The only thing for certain is we're gonna turn on all the options and make sure that I have to figure out all my maintenance and operating costs. So that's the big thing. But yeah, I think I do remember us having discussions about how robots are kind of a hack for some settlements as a way to bypass a lot of the mechanics. And so I think we've had discussions in the past about adding some sort of cost to them because those are another source of being unbalanced because they don't require food and water. Their penalty was supposed to be that they reduce max happiness you can get in that settlement. But with some settlements, it's a non-penalty because you just build a few happiness, recreation, relaxation plots, and you shoot way past the natural happiness barrier anyway. So yeah, I think automatons are probably an exploit point we should probably work out at some point. Can you build up and use automatrons in HQ? Yes, you can. In fact, there's even a robotics lab that lets you build the automatrons right in HQ. Ever consider leveraging contraptions in SS2 for an industrial plot? So there was a mod author, Metigio, who did that in SS1, and it's totally possible. But it requires a lot of... You have to take all the contraptions and you have to redesign their scripts so that they react to the way plots place them. So it's really complicated. So there was a mod for SS1 that did it. So it was something I never bothered to chase because it was like, all right, well, he's figuring out all that complexity. He's got that covered. And then he ended up not porting to SS2. He XV ported some of his stuff, but I don't think he ported everything. I'm not sure if he ported. Does anybody know, did XV port Metigio's like plots that did the contraption stuff, or did he only port some of the simpler ones? Yeah, I won't cheat in the building plans. That's actually one of the core parts of the hardcore mode, is that you have to make use of the Mark 1 beacons to get everything you need. So it's like forcing you to play the full Fallout gameplay loop. You actually have to like go out, clear dungeons, and hope that you get the right things. So it's meant to be like a full experience. So yeah, we're not going to cut that out for sure. But I could trigger the unlock for those beacons. Like I could do that in the cheat to skip having to play through chapter 1 again, or I could just like literally just run the cheat console and just get past chapter 1 or something. That's another way we could go about it. We'll figure that out next week, or whenever we start this. It's either going to be next week or the week after. I haven't decided yet. Again, the whole, like, one of the things I'm doing with this stream to keep it from being stressful is kind of being fast and loose. So, you know, I'm, like, each week I kind of make the decision of, that's why we get the spontaneous bug fix days or Bethesda Mod School Live, just shaking it up once in a while. Keep it interesting for me and you guys. The other thing that that I'm going to bring back this year is guests. I think we went. It's been a long time. I think Aiden the last guest. River was that the last guest we had? I think so. What do you guys think about the Ron charity stream? Can you guys think of and if you guys don't know about the charity streams, basically everything you guys super chat stuff, and we get the voice actors to read it as the characters, and you can have them say whatever you want. It's up. We do leave it up to the voice actor to be like, no, that's too much. I don't want to have my voice out in the world saying that particular thing. But you guys were pretty kind to the voice actors when we did it with Jake and Aiden's. Who else would be a good character for that? Because like Jake and Aiden were great because they're like characters that you get a ton of time with, and you have a certain vision for them. The Ron would be funny to have him say certain stuff just because his delivery is so ridiculous. Hubert might be a good one. Hearing it in his fake Canadian accent, that could be really fun. Who else would be good? Jammer. Yeah, Jammer could be fun. Although I think too few people know about Jammer, because I don't like if we ever get to live my dream and finish Conqueror and bring that to SS2, absolutely. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people who worked on Conqueror who kept saying, I'll come do your podcast after we finish, and then that didn't happen. So yeah, Jammer would be cool. Oh, did Yogi, were you the guest? Yeah, I think River was after you. Yeah. I'm pretty sure River was the last one, because then I didn't want anybody to follow him because his was so good. Like, he raised so much money, and then I was like, man, it's going to be a while before anybody can top that. Old Paul? I don't know if I'd be able to get Old Paul or not. I'd have to. He's like a he's just like a regular, or he's just like a career voice actor. And I don't, maybe he'd be interested in it. Like, he came across to me as the type of guy that wouldn't understand what the purpose of this would be. Like, why would you want me to just talk after you play the game? That seems odd. He's an older generation. So, but I know, not to say that, I know some of you are older and play games and stuff, but I know it took me a long time to and I'm not that old, but it took me a long time to wrap my head around why anyone would want to watch someone else game. Like, the whole idea of Twitch and streaming seems so stupid to me, and now I do it all the time. Like it took me for years to wrap my head around that. So I can imagine somebody like him never putting in the time to try and wrap his head around it and be like, I don't have time for that. Like, I'm not gonna waste my time with that. That would be so it would feel awkward to ask him even. Teresa or Lupe I might be able to get. I don't think I can get Cassandra. She's literally like she is a pro voice actress and doesn't, and like she barely had time to pull off Cassandra. Mansfield, I could probably get Mansfield on. And he actually has voiced quite a few characters, so he could be an interesting one because he's voiced so many characters. Because who else did he? Let me check his credits page. He did Knox. He did Mansfield. He's done a couple of characters. Let me find the credits again. Let's see if I can find him in here more things. Says he's got side character. Is he not listed on this? Oh, because I'm on chapter 2. Hold on, I gotta go to the chapter 1 page. He did Knox, Ed Rock, and Joe Lawson. So he did a bunch of side characters for us. So like in theory, you could ask him to voice him as one of those other characters. That'd be kind of interesting. Oh, I should ask Rom. Oh man, he would be so fun. Oh, maybe we'll do. Oh, guys, what do you think about a Mr. Hansy stream where we get what's the voice, the secondary character? Hey guys, this is and then we convince Sarik to do the Mr. Hansy voice, and him and Rom can riff off of each other. Oh, that would be so funny. Oh man, Mr. Hansy would be so funny. I wonder if Rom would do that. He's a busy guy. Like he's a professional theater actor. Man, that would be really funny. The lady we spoke earlier who voices King Gap. Yeah, I don't think we can ask her to do that. I'd have to. I'm 100. I think like even Kobus, our voice director, was encouraging me to ask Cyrus, who does the voice of the Ron, to come on. So I should definitely ask him next. But yeah, doing some more charity streams. I think I like weaving those in periodically. I think those are a lot of fun. Just to like. Because like I've gone far too many episodes without a guest. I'll say that because you guys are going to get tired of listening to me ramble about the same things, and it's going to start to getting, instead of endearing or funny, it's going to get irritating if I don't break it up periodically. You guys are going to get overexposed to King Gath. Lachlan Williams, retype, do it to a crap tablet. My character has a scar. My backstory was she took a firecracker to the face as a kid. Oof. One of my dad's best friends growing up. Didn't happen in front of me, but he lost a finger to an M80. So I was always pretty nervous around those. And it's actually funny. He might have not. That might have been like one of those lies parents tell to scare their kids straight. Any of you guys watch Arrested Development? Like that's why you always leave a note. Like that kind of lie. I think that could have been that, but he also was it would not have surprised me if he really did lose it. Like thinking back on that guy. Can you get your editor to take all the guest streams and edit them into one long video of just the voice actors? I mean, that wouldn't be that hard. Like, I could probably do that in the YouTube editor. Because they would just be literally, like, snipping 3 videos. Or 2 videos at this point. Yeah, that'd be pretty easy to make. Carvak, happy to come back on and talk about city plans. Cool. Yeah, I haven't thought about any revisits yet. I had a whole list. I got to go back through my chat history with XV. XV has always got... he's like in every single Bethesda related channel that exists on Discord. So he's been poking me with all sorts of people. Oh, you know who's, does any of you guys follow the Chad podcast, the Fallout 76 radio drama cast? He's apparently a big fan of Sim Settlements. And, I reached out to him to get a part. I was trying to be a part of Fallout for Hope this year or last year now. And we couldn't get a schedule worked out because I got to him too late, and I was like, oh man, we wish we could have gotten together. We had a really cool idea for something, like really, really cool if we could have put it together. But I could probably get him on to talk about stuff, just talk about, how he got involved with that. Cause it's really wild that, he works with, like, he gets to bring on like Pete Hines and all these random voice actors in this, and his thing came out of nowhere. Like, I don't know. I'd really be curious, like, how did he get that connection? Like, what are his, what does he do in real life and stuff? It'd be very interesting to talk with him. I'm sure he's got that. I can find that information in his own casts though. So, but it would be fun to talk to him. I'm trying to remember what other guests that I had. There's quite a load. There was like a half a dozen of like really interesting people that XV put me in touch with or gave me the contact info for, or like, oh yeah, that would be a really fun person to talk to. Where it was making me think, I was itching to get guests on again at the end of last year. Oh yeah, Monkey and I are good pals. I could definitely get him on to talk about when he releases. What's the name of his new ones? It's FSD, right? The Fen Sheriff Department. I think that's what it is. FSD. I think he said he's releasing it soon. There was like something going around on Discord today about that. Fen's Sheriff Department, yeah, cool. Yeah, I would love to talk to Monkey about that because he's been working on that thing for ages. He says early February. Cool. That's like right on the hell. That's right. That's like 3 weeks away. That's super close. Yeah, if any of you guys knows Monkey, go offer to help test his mod. He wants to release it soon. I'm sure he could use some more eyes on it because it's all like, no matter how. I mean, this is like, I always feel, I'm glad I'm in the mod space for this because like, I always feel bad that when we release stuff and people find bugs immediately, it drives me nuts. But it's like, I kind of get how it happens. Is it's, people who offer to test, like, they're just going to play it generally, and they don't necessarily know what stuff is buggy, or they might not pay attention to the things that everybody else is. Like, because, some people care about different things in their games. Some people who play Sim Settlements only care about the story. And so they would notice if there was a bug in the story, but they may not notice that their numbers don't add up on the right-hand side. Whereas somebody who really likes the mechanics and cares about, how much resources they get each day is going to notice a resource bug, but they wouldn't notice maybe that Jake said the wrong line at a time or called them darling instead of slick. So like, it's hard to get a good testing squad for mods. So like, it's kind of a numbers game. Just the more people you throw at it, the better. So yeah, Monkey could definitely use just a boatload of volunteers to go test his mod out before he releases it. It's going to be a pretty big quest mod. I am in it. It's good for as a ridiculous character. It's the first one that I'm like openly talked about being in, even though I don't like my voice in the game. But I made an exception for that because it was a silly character. So, and I don't like, you're not like, it's only, how immersed can you be with a Gary? So, I didn't mind. No, I have that on my watch list though, Canuck, the interview with those guys. XV doesn't like to share his voice. I've been in meetings with him many times. He never likes to talk. So that's anybody who wants. I don't want to force anybody to talk. Like, there's a lot of people on our team, and some of them prefer not to talk on our team meetings and stuff, and that's totally cool. Degenerate Dak. Who is Degenerate Dak? That name sounds super familiar. Does he do mod reviews? Ah, okay. I don't know if have I had Nier on since I started doing these post game things. I had him on. I think he was one of my earliest guests when I had the podcast, but I don't know if I've had him on since I started doing this. At one point, like when I started, after I brought on the first person, I just like had an open invitation to the team. Like, anybody wants to hop on and on one of my streams, let me know. And we scheduled out a bunch of them like early, and then just kind of ran dry. And Dak does mod reviews, okay. Oh, but you're saying, I think somebody said Dak was doing a playthrough and he hit a game breaker. Was that recent, or was that back when HQ was in shambles? Because like now, I feel like HQ is pretty playable now. It's got it still has its difficulty curve problem, and it's a little slow, but like the functionality mostly, like the vast majority of the functionality works. Which one of these my guys would test my settlements? That's I would say it's like a 90% chance I will play with the mega pack when I do my hardcore playthrough, because I'm gonna need city plans just to like speed up building, and then I'll probably go tinker with a lot of the plots. And I know like yours won't look great in my playthrough Carvark unless I add a bunch of add-on packs. I know you build the designs of the add-on plots into your designs, so yours won't look great on mine, but maybe we'll see some anyway, and we'll get a semi view of them, like a little bit of a view. Because I would like to play with add-on packs as well. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll set up because we have a for our city plan contest. Yagi-san keeps a Wabajack list of pretty much all of the add-ons that we know are in good state. Ready so that we can one-click install them. Maybe I should do that, and then I can install the mega pack. So it would be just like running 2 files, get that running. The only bummer would be I'd have to use Mod Organizer, which I don't love. But maybe I can use it just to like download the mods once, and then I just copy them out of there. That might work. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. This is why I'm probably not going to do this next week, and next week will probably be like a bug fix stream or a Bethesda Mod School Live, because I need some time to think this over. Oscar N1N7 is making your mod. You're right. That mod looks awesome. I've watched all the videos he's been posting. I actually just reached out to him the other day and said, hey, if you need scripting help, let me know, because I know he's trying to learn all this. But he clearly knows how to tell a good story and do like compelling dialogue. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what the heck he's doing. Oh, he didn't even make it to HQ 2.0. Okay, yeah, then he was way early. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like SS2's in a really good state right now. Like, it's hard. It's pretty hard to break most of the quests. Minimal mon conflicts. Like, I'm pretty happy with where we're at right now. Other than, I would really like to fix up HQ more. Last SS2 vid is dated December 14th, 2021. Oh, isn't that... Didn't we release Chapter 2 on, like, the 21st? Something like that? Because I remember we barely made fall. Like, it was like, we only made it by a technicality. Like, when did Chapter 2 release? Maybe one of you guys is already gonna... You guys maybe know before I do. I'm trying to bring up... Where's my browser? Oh, I closed it. When was Chapter 2's release date? Oh, I just realized my stream is getting hardcore demonetized because I left the damn music on this whole time. I'm just in just chill mode here, relaxing. Let's see here. Chapter 2 launch trailer. I want to see if I just search for that, what comes up. Because I'm right now, I had another browser up. Oh yeah, it's a Fortnite, of course. So you can't not have some settlements in there. I'm gonna get buried by something. Story recap and launch trailer. This was
building your online.
Whoa, got an ad because I'm not in my right browser. It just says 1 year ago, December 10th. Okay. Oh, so yeah, he was playing super early build. Holy cow! Yeah, that'd have been pretty miserable. December 10th. Yeah, you guys found it before I did. Yeah, he didn't get far in at all, man. Because it took. I would say it was like. There were like serious bugs in like the first quest for about 3 weeks, and then still some that took months to fix. But like you could get through the first quest, like because there were people who finished all the way up to the battle for HQ on the first day. So I was pretty happy. Like our release for Chapter 2 was definitely better than the release for Chapter 1. But yeah, still not where I'd like to be. yeah, I am going too late tonight. I need to go to bed myself, but let's see here. I think you should have a raffle, make it so that one of your patron fans can come on. I mean, didn't I do that with it wasn't a raffle, but it was like oh no, I know what I did. I had a thing where I asked any patron to like set up a conversation with me where we discussed like what were the in their playthroughs, what are some of the points in the mod that they were having trouble with or felt that could be improved. Just I was trying to get like some interesting feedback from people who are fans but still had like, because I know they wouldn't be a-holes about it. It's like sometimes people who are critical can just, they don't know how to deliver. Like it's hard to deliver criticism nicely. So when asking people who are committing money to the project, felt like a good way to get that kind of feedback, to get some like constructive feedback. And it was really good. I got some really good feedback from those guys, but I didn't ask them to come on the cast. I don't know how interesting that would be. Cause like, yeah, I'm not sure how interesting that would be or not. Anything's got to be more interesting than me saying the same things over and over again, though. That's why we need guests once in a while. So, but we'll get some. I think we're definitely going to try and get, I'm going to say try and get the Ron stream. I think that could be cool. And then I want to look through some of our other characters and see what we can do. I love the Mr. Hansy one is so funny to me. Cause like Sarik is the voice of Mr. Hansy, and then Ram is the voice of why can't I think of his name? Whatever the character, you guys know what it is. The normal person's voice when Mr. Hansy in the middle of it, who's bleeping him out. So it'd be kind of fun to try and do that live, or just like listen to the two of them. I'm sure they could come up with some stuff. Like one's a writer, one's and also an actor, and the other one's an actor. Like I'm sure they can do some improv. I'd have to convince them that it's a good idea. I don't know if either of them would be interested in this idea, but I think it would be fun. And then I could just kind of sit and listen as a fan, because the two of them could just go. All right, guys. Yep. I'm going to call it a night. So thanks all for joining me. We will be back next week with something. And then the week after that, barring any problems in between now and then, we will go into hardcore mode. And you guys can watch me suffer under my own creation. All right. Take it easy, everybody.